Well, that's something, all right. Am I live? Hey, okay. Yay. Sorry about that, guys. Well, that's something, all right. I'm talking to myself. Yeah, sorry about that. We were just in the midst of making a kick. I don't know what's been up with AT&T lately. They are usually really good. But sometimes you just run into that. Okay, so we went from this to this. Noise. Big brain kick. Yeah, some nice doofs. Okay, so now we can move on to snares. Since we have addictive drums pulled up, let's just use that for now. Did I save this? No. Okay. All right. Yay! Thank you. Hey, dude, guys, thanks for being patient. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. Okay, let's start with this. Okay, so I have a question for you guys. Are you more into wanting snare fundamentals, or do you guys want like really big metal snare laders, like stuff like that, or do you want like fundamental snares? Because we can do both, but it just depends on on what you want. Oh, my back just cracked like crazy. A new device has joined your network. Ian's Mac? No, that's the very first device I connected to. You doofus. Metal, so resonant metallic snares. As you wish. I'm just gonna pull up any kick. I wish this would tell me what is happening right here. Usually around 3K, you want to get a nice little dip. It seems awfully quiet too. Hello again. That's because it is quiet. Why? There we go. Okay, so usually I make my kicks, or sorry, my snares in A sharp. Looks like these are usually tuned to C sharp, or C usually. So we'll just mosey this on. Clank. I like that. Okay, you're gonna tell me most likely that it's out of tune, but that's okay, because we'll fix it. I will respond to that later. Okay, so let's just grab some glue now. GG everyone. Okay, so I'm guessing since you want like super clangs, you're going to want this to most likely be as distorted as possible. So so we are going to clip this. I might see what happens if we throw this into an OTT, but HD clap. Yeah, maybe I did go a little overboard with the tail end of that. So the problem with the OTT though, sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't work out. But the problem is that because of the crossover, you usually end up getting some kind of phase issues. So which it does give out some nice high end. Sometimes that can be cumbersome. What am I doing? What else am I do? What else am I do? Can I decrease this? Doesn't seem like it. Let me take a look at what's happening with the stereo information. I mean, of course, if you're familiar with OTT, you know that it removes a lot of the mids. But why is that completely mono? Okay. Something fishy is going on here, but okay. Well, what we can do is introduce a little bit of room to this again. Now let's take a look and see if this is still in mono. That actually sounds pretty good to me. I usually like to make my snares really dry, if possible. And then after I do all the processing, then I'll go back and put this stuff in there. But we can also experiment a little bit if we wanted to. With send effect of delurb. What is this? This is delay. Reverb. It's pretty big. We'd most likely want the reverb to be pretty close for this kind of stuff. The further it is, the more pre-delay you want. The closer it is, the less decay you want. I think that just adds a little bit of subtlety to this. Delurb. So now let's take a look at our stereo information. Okay. And we got ourselves a snore. But what I'm going to do is join this. Oh, we're going to need a little bit more tail end off of that. There we go. And there's our metal snare 1. So now let's go back. Turn this stuff back off. Turn that back off. Back to our snare. There's also some different snares that we can look at within this. Like, that's one thing. I like that one too. That one's pretty cool. I low-key look like AU5. I think low-key I'm older than AU5. That's funny though. You better call him pretty. Okay, I like the tone of this, but I don't like other things about it, so. I'm just kidding, dude. I don't care. I don't care. U5 is smexy. Okay, I broke it. So I wonder if I can grab another EQ Pro 3 and really just try to jank this. I can. Here we go. Maybe not a brick wall slope, but so maybe if I pull back on this and do just a little bit more subtle pulling between all of them. There we go. Now we still have a fundamental. It's funny. We still have a fundamental, but we've pulled another, like an entirely different snare out of this. So I think that I think a lot of people would reach, once they make a snare with all this processing, they would most likely reach for like a new snare, right? So they would go and like change this, but the amount of stuff that you can get just by doing the small tweaking to settings, like, really makes a huge difference. So there's a lot to be had with that. Wow. That one's pretty nice. What is... Okay. That one's good. Good, good. Okay, it's got some width to it. It's nice and flat. And now it's nice and bright. Yeah, like the amount of stuff that you can pull from anything that has acoustic kicks on it is pretty substantial. Okay. And again, like, I wouldn't use these as fundamentals, right? I would most likely just use these as like layers of sorts. But, you know, if you feel lazy, like, you could definitely get away with just this. So it's really just about how crafty you are. And that's going to be up to you guys. So what do I want to do now? Now I think I will back off of that. And let's change the snare. I kind of like that one, to be honest. Man, I don't think I can hold out. I'm going to make the switch. I think I converted someone else to... Man, this would be really cool for, like, scraping metal. That actually, I like that a lot. That sounds really good to me. Man, if you guys have Maximus and you throw Maximus on this is going to make these snares explode. Explode. And there's other ways that you can do it without Maximus, but just let it be known that if you have Maximus, then you are well on your way to doing good shit. I agree with your taste. Can you guys hold on one second? I need to respond to this. Hi, Daniel. Sorry, I'm inviting someone to come into the stream. Let me grab this really quick. And does anybody have any questions, by the way, regarding anything? I can't right now. Dinner with the family in about 15. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'll be on for a while, so no worries. Yeah, I do want to shape a couple of this really quick. Yes. So I think stick hits are something that I think are slept on quite a bit. Like everybody always wants snares, but I usually want. A lot of times, like I find myself wanting more like stick hits and shit. So let's shape this. Right, rim shots. There we go. Okay. Sounds good. So for something like this, I don't think that the OTT is necessary. Be okay. While creating a neurobase while sound designing, what are some tricks and techniques I use to preserve a clean low end? Once I get the low end to where I want it to be, the number one thing is that I put the low end in mono, and then I don't process the low end, or I stop processing the low end at a certain point. Because like if you have like a chorus on your reverb, or if you have a chorus on your low end, or you have some kind of stereo processing on that, then it's going to destroy your low end. So once you get up to a certain point, like you want to try to. Typically, what I do, like let's say I'm making like a neuro Reese, right? Because there's different kinds of neuro these days, and I don't really want to talk about that. But once you get to a certain point, like I usually do detuning, then distortion, then I will filter the low ends, but then I'll throw the low end in mono, and all the other processing that goes on after that. Or if I do push it way far and I do end up for whatever reason processing the low ends, I'll just make sure that at the end it's in mono. That sounds pretty good. That's pretty sharp. Okay, so that can be used as a nice little fundamental. No. Kawaii Neuro Death Step. Wiggles, please. Please. That one sounds pretty good. Let me just grab all this shit and move it over. Okay, so there's a cool little metal thing on that. That might be cool to bring the OTT back in for that. Like, that's pretty sweet. Okay, so instead of pushing the limiter really hard on this, I'm just going to use saturation to bring this back. Because at some point, like, there comes a point where if you push your limiter too hard, even if it's below a certain threshold, it will just like totally fuck it up, so... That sounds pretty nice. So now I don't have to make the limiter work as hard. But you can tell that when this was back, listen to how there's like this fuzz on top. You guys hear that? So now I can make this a little bit cleaner. I'm backing off of that a bit. Okay, let's do one more stick hit. So I'm going to pull this back again. Delete that. It actually sounds kind of nice without the transient. Okay, so maybe I can... This would actually be really nice, and maybe not necessarily as like an actual rim shot, but as like a shuffle element of like a tuk-tuk. I think that would be pretty nice. Cool. If you want to make hi-hats. Actually, that sounds like a really nice, like, old school or, like, crunchy hi-hat. So I'm just gonna throw that in for bonus. Like a shaker or something, right? Even though that's not, of course, what it's intended to be. Okay. That's pretty funny. How about a click sound? What are you talking about? What the heck is that? You know, I'm not gonna lie, I think this sounds better in mono. Rim shot with a fading distortion as opposed to reverb? Like a clap. Wait, with fading distortion as opposed to... Like a white noise rim shot? Like a... That would be more so of a snare though, wouldn't it? B? For example. That's not bad. Because I don't think that hardly any of these actually have reverb on them, except for maybe just a slight amount on these. Shaker rim. And forgive me, sometimes like I have to figure out like what you guys are talking about, and it takes me a while. But if I can figure out what you're talking about, then I'll do it. Maybe like a trap rim shot that clicks and the distortion is longer. That's okay. I'm just sorry for not getting what you're talking about. More rim shots. Have I been? I've been good. Just hanging out. I feel incredibly lethargic today, but I kind of wanted to do like a stream where I make stuff that you guys want for the pack, for the 5K pack, because I don't know. I just wanted to give you all a small thanks for supporting my channel, and hope that it can continue to grow. I really would like to do this full time. Well, I work full time doing this, but I mean as far as like making this sustainable. So really, I just want to put a shit ton of effort into it and really go for it, if that makes sense. But yeah, as far as this goes, like I'm just trying to make some cool stuff. I think like if I'm gonna do a rim shot like you're talking about, kind of like that, I'm gonna use like something that's more so of like a digital generator as opposed to using an acoustic snare, because, well, because I think it would be easier. Long story short. But yeah, we got like 10 snares out of just one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Let's do like 4 more. I kind of want to do some more like big snares as well. So what would happen if I put a disperser on the snares? We'd get some phase cancellation, but it might be cool. Keep it up. Cool stuff for sure. Thanks, man. Personally, for me, I don't find this that interesting, but if you do, that could be something. I guess that one could work. Does this have a... Yeah, all good. Yeah, no, totally. I like the experimentation side of things. But for the most part, I like that one. That one's pretty cool. Oh? Lol. That one sounds way better with that. That's closer. I heard that... I heard a cool sound that fades and bit crushes as it fades. To be honest, that this just came by chance. I wasn't trying to do what you were what you were asking. But if you're asking for like a snare, like like that, like a disprove snare or something, like I'll get to that in a sec. But what threw me off was rim shot as opposed to just regular snare. Like if you want something that's like that, yeah, I can do that. But what was requested originally was tonal snares that have the metallic end. But yeah, if we just wanted to do some snares that sounded a little bit more so of that kind of thing, take your time. I could be wrong with calling it a snare. No, I don't think it's wrong. I think it's just a little mix-up of what I interpreted. Yeah, if you want like neurosmacks, then I can do that too, which I'm going to. We already have plenty of kicks and shit though, so yeah, I guess I can shape some of those. I'd be wrong with calling it a rim shot. Okay, so if we wanted to do that, then we would. Did I take the disperser off? Oh, that's from the pitch envelope. That's why it sounds like that. Okay, so if we just want to make some actual smacks now, then we don't need the pitch envelope or the tone designer. We can just do stuff like that. Hello, sub-vapes. Is this more so what you're talking about? Like shit like this? Okay, I'm also going to back off of pushing this too hard as well. It's not necessary. Okay, I'm going to crush this a little bit harder. Interesting. There we go. That's more so of what we want. First time here, what am I doing? I am making the 5K free sample pack. We recently reached 5,000 subscribers, and so now I'm just making, just a bunch of samples and shit that I'm going to give out for free. I'm taking requests for sound design. Right now we're focused on drums, so I've had a lot of different requests for other shit, which I'll get to when the time comes. I'm out of coffee. Um, but yeah, welcome, man. Welcome to the channel. My name is Alckemy. I make a lot of neuro and experimental sound design. I have a huge list of videos on my channel, and I'm primarily focused on doing like just really heavy music and really like way out there stuff. I also like to cover a lot of the philosophical sides of music production. Not necessarily here's how to make a banger, but like if you are having issues with your production of like here's some creative ways to kind of strategize against that. But welcome to the community. We have an excellent viewership right now, and just I don't know, my community is awesome. I have no issue bragging about my community because they're just the nicest people ever. So yeah, feel free to ask questions if you have any. If you ask me how to design something like another artist, I will laugh at you. Not to be rude. I play drums, real and digital. This sounds interesting. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. So I'm really big on trying to get the biggest artist transients that I can possibly get away with, just for the sake of experimental music. So we've got some more tame things. And I look like AU5. I'm like budget AU5. So we did some of that stuff. We made some doofs. And yeah, I'm just kind of throwing some drums and stuff together for the community. Budget AU5. Okay, so let's see if we can... Ghetto AU5. I like budget AU5 better. This sounds like a cleaner version of that other one that we just bounced out. Really high-pitched ticky-talkies? Bro, what does that even mean? What's a ticky-talkie? I've never I've never heard that before. Okay, let me pull off of this a bit. That's pretty nice. Yeah, I'm not sure what a tiki-taki is, bro. No, I'm with subs. I want to know how to make tiki-takis. Bro, you gotta tell me what those are. What the hell is a tiki-taki? That's pretty nice. Okay, so in this particular case, I would want this to smack a little bit more, so I'm going to double up on the transient shaper. He means hats that climb the scales to give them tone. Something like a shaker, but... Tiki-talkies. Okay. Surge. Let's say you've got an 808 and you're at 140 BPM. You throw a hat into a sampler. There's a lot of ways to do this, first of all. But you make sure that Playing 16ths, alternating left and right? Oh, okay. Sure. So here's your 16th notes. Those are eighths, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't fucking know. Yeah, these are eighth notes. 5, 6, 7, 8. So you get 16th notes. And what you do, there's a couple of ways to do this. So if you want to do it by hand, almost so high just to be audible. Okay. So you adjust the pitch, right? I'd say something like this. Let's make that a little louder. And what you can do is, if you want to do this by hand, then you go here and you just go like this, and then you go like this. This is a really tedious way to do it. If you're on Ableton, you can just use the beat warp mode transient and use loop mode off to really load the value to get super ticky-tacky sounds. So you can do it that way. I wouldn't recommend doing it this way, unless if you have the patience of a sloth. Or maybe sloths are really impatient, they just don't have a choice. What you can also do is grab an LFO like this, and you go into panning from here, and you set it to there, and then you just set that to the time accordingly. So now this will go, and then you make sure that this is on note retrigger. No, you don't want note retrigger on, because then it's going to always go on the same side. So you can do it that way. You can also, if you're in Ableton, you can use AutoPan. If you are working within audio, say you're in audio, then what you can do is you can grab 2 of these, and then you can pan one to the left. That's really far. Then you can pan the other one to the right. Oh, you have Bitwig. Okay, great. So yeah, I mean, this what I'm talking about, you can do in anything, but you can also do it in this as well. So now each one is pan left and right. If you want that to be more dramatic, then what you do is you pan it further. So you can do like a super pan like that. ASMR. Let's say you want the pitch to rise kind of like what Serge was talking about. Then you go here, and then you go into pitch, and then you just grab here, and then you can do a pitch bend. Kind of like, oh shit, sorry. So you would join this like that, and then hit Command B. And then you just do a pitch envelope like this. If you wanted to do that. If you kept this within here, let me undo a few steps. And you kept this in here. Then what you can do is you can also take the pitch here as well and do that same thing over time. How can the tail be cut shorter? You just go to the sustain, you turn this down, and then I like to use a piano roll. You can do it on the piano roll. You can also take the decay down right here, like this. Like what Serge says, you can also grab all of these, so highlight them all, and then just pull the tail end of them like this, if you want to make tickies like that. By the way, if you hold Alt in pencil mode, it will draw automation like in Ableton. I think I did. Did I not? I usually hold Shift. Okay, yeah. So yeah, you can do that too. Like that, and then you can also do it that way if you want to do it that way. So good call. I usually hold Shift, and that usually works out for me, because if we get like cool shit like that, if I want to go straight, but whatever. Good call. So, you know, there's probably like 5 more different ways that you can that you can do that. One thing that might be cool for you, like if you like to do stuff like this, is to just use, if you want to do like an exponential rhythm is what it would be called, is you just have one note like this that's really long. Welcome, Noel. Glad you're here. And you set this to loop. Hello. Loop is on, but it's not looping. That's odd. Is this a bug? Okay. No, I did. So you'll have to turn the sustain back up like this. And so one thing that you can do that will do both pitch and speed is that you can start from a really low speed, which will turn the pitch down, and then you can go like this. So you can just set an LFO to that if you want, or you can draw in that same kind of, I'm used to doing it by hand, but if you set this to like 13 speed, bring it up, and then you bring it back down, kind of like that. And of course that will dictate like over time, right? How fast that goes, because that's a little bit quick, but so you can do cool stuff like that. Man, there's so many options that you can do with what it is that you're trying to do. It just depends on how you want to approach the situation and for what means you're looking for a purpose. Yeah. You can also control that with filtering. So we've already got the automation, so you can go like that's not that dramatic. I was hoping that would be a little bit more cool, but if you don't want to do the automation, you can always add a modulator on that. So you can do like an LFO. This is a bar, so you set the time to 1-1. You set the note to retrigger, and then you pull this up like that. And let me delete this automation. So now you go here, set it to here, and now you'll see that this will go up and down. Yo, what up, May? So there's just like tons of shit that you can do, and that's why I love Bitwig so much, is because like the amount of budget AU5 killer tip. So those really high short pan ones, what I was thinking, that's great, thanks. Yeah, sorry, I had never heard of that term before, so chat, I appreciate you guys helping me out with figuring out what he's talking about, because to be honest, I don't do trap, and I feel like this is like a trap sound, so apologies for that, but yeah, that's a really easy way. Guys, I'm gonna use the restroom really quick. I will be right back. If anybody else has any questions on things, feel free to ask, but I need to tinkle. I need to tinky. All right, thanks for waiting. I don't know trap, Budget AU5 don't do trap. Trap is like a cheaper version of Neuro. You know, the irony behind that is a lot of Neuro is starting to like incorporate more 808s and stuff. Well, not starting to, but I would say like I'd say like people like Copycat, right, really took really blended like neurohop in such a way. I guess Ivy Lab did too, but they really blended neurohop in such a way that was really cool because like they started incorporating more hip hop elements and more like 808 elements and stuff. And like 808 is like is not does not belong to trap in my opinion, but at the same time like without hi-hats and without 808s, I don't feel like you can have trap. At least at least the way that we think of trap right now. Like it might become something later, but to me, when I think of trap, I think of hi hats and I think of 808s. Yo, what up, Adam? How are you, man? So yeah, that's my guide on how to do some cool hi hat stuff with a sampler or with an audio. Just depends on how you want to do it. Um, let's go back to what we were doing from before. All right, that's a really really loud snare compared. Nice. I think of triplets myself. Yeah, I guess if you're thinking in terms of rhythm, yeah. Well, man, like trap music has become trap the word yo, what up Supersonic? The word trap like has become so many different genres over the last I'd say over the last 20 years because in my humble opinion, it started with I don't know, some people say that it started from Houston with like Pimp C and stuff and they were talking about trapping and all that, but I feel like the genre became popular when Gucci Mane and Young Jeezy, the Diplomats, even instances of like I wouldn't say that, but yeah, like the Diplomats, Young Jeezy, Lil Wayne, like they are the ones that really categorize the trap that I'm most familiar with. And I was still in grade school when that came about, but to me, that's what trap music was. Is it possible to get random panning in Bitwig? Yeah, you just throw a randomizer on your pan. So put your rains into a sampler, and then instead of using the LFO modulator, um, use a random sampler. So then, like I want to say, like 5 or 6 years later, um, they came out. I forget who made the song, but they came out with the Harlem Shuffle or the Harlem Shake, which the Harlem Shake was actually a dance like way back when. And so like they totally like I feel like once the Harlem Shake came out, they that totally changed everything about trap. And then after that, then we got future bass type music or whatever. Kawaii melodic trap. Gucci Mane. And then that's kind of like when things just like took off, and then like the Migos started and Future started coming out with other shit. I'd say Hudson Mohawk is more so like just electronic hip hop. Like especially if you look at his older stuff. Um, yeah, Waka Flocka. Fucking, have you guys seen Short Bus Shorty? OJ the Juice Mane? Bauer? I don't know who that is. But now like trap means something totally different, and I don't mind, but I kind of feel like there's two instances of trap now. Like on one end you have the trap that's like mumble rap and like stuff that I don't really care for. But then you also have people doing like this other kind of like more instrumental progressive kind of trap. that I actually really enjoy. Who's that guy that came out with Creamfields? You guys know what I'm talking about? What's that song, Creamfields? Ugly Godwater? Um, Let me see. It's like something 95 or something. Climax. Oh, Bauer was the Harlem Shake artist? Okay. Yeah, so Climax. If you guys like electronic trap, what the fuck ever, Climax is a really cool artist that I actually like listening to. Um, that artist has some really cool stuff. Um, but kind of like, for my opinion, like the kind of hip hop that I like, is of course like the laid back halftime stuff. I do like, I do like the upbeat, like the more aggressive stuff as well, but that gets into a different field for me. But also like Flying Lotus beats, like LA beats with like really heavy swing. That's the kind of anything that was influenced from Jay Dilla, I most likely enjoy. Lo-fi, of course. But lo-fi doesn't really use 808s. They use like really dusty like samples. I feel like lo-fi is a great marriage between Easy Baked is pretty wonky trap. Um, I feel like lo-fi is a great marriage between like Jay Dilla style beats and like trip hop, which is kind of ironic because trip hop is all right, whatever genres. Let's make some more snares. Okay, actually, I think what I'm going to do now is I'm going to back off of the addictive drum side of things, and we're going to make a snare out of kick 2. Do you guys just want me to pull up a preset, or do you want to see how I do that from scratch? I'm indifferent at this point. Yeah, I love trip hop. That's I have been trying to figure out how to not sample and just make them from scratch. And I've gotten close in some ways and like almost there, but it's really difficult to emulate um without just getting some old ass samples. Okay, let's initialize this. I guess we're gonna do this from scratch, just because reasons. Alright, so the thing that I've learned about with snares is if you treat it like this, it's always going to stay a kick. So you have to have some kind of bend here in order for this to sound more. Oh shit! No, that's not what I meant to do. Um, there we go. For science is all about the smomples. You're not wrong. So in order for you to actually have something that's going to start to sound like the fundamental of a snare, you have to have a much longer pitch bend. Otherwise, it starts to become a kick. That's probably okay. And so now we just need some kind of washy top end. Then let me fix the amp on this because this is the biggest offender here. There we go. And so now we can just kind of shelf that high end a bit. And we've got ourselves a basic snare. The road to snares are paved with toms. Possibly. If you want tonal snares. I would say the road to snares is paved with white noise. But you have a lot to learn, dude. We all do. We all do. Okay, so now that we've got our... Remy, stop it. I think my dog's farted. It's gross. Okay. So now we've got a nice fundamental that we can work with. And from here, we'll just go ahead and start shaping the tone that we want. And then we can go back into the frequency shifter and okay, so if surge is still here, if you want to get those really hard smacks, then the trick to it is to just use a clipper and make it hella flat like this. And then you go into the Pro L and you just boost it. And if you want it to be longer, then you can adjust the transient shaper. Yeah, buddy, just wait till we get to the bass. Okay, I'm gonna make this, oh, I can't. Alright, that's fine. Welcome, Gyong 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 Gyong. Let's make that dynamic and pull that down just a bit. And then we can go back and mess with the frequency shifter. Sorry. Yeah, I don't think that this needs an OTT. So we went from, like, when you listen to this over and over again, your ears get used to it. But when I always like to do like an A/B, but when you look at the difference between these, and then you actually listen to like what it becomes, then it's way bigger. Bruh, how do you make that force field DMB type bass? What? What is a force field type DMB bass? Is force field an artist? Alright, let's bounce that out. And then you've got yourself that really thick, chunky fundamental that you can use. I think I'm also going to change the top end of this too, into maybe something else. Stump the budget. Stump the budget, AU5. Oh, Django, I don't think that you were here for that. I suddenly became budget AU5. LOL. What? How's that even... That can't be right. He ain't budget though, just the stash. I'm lacking the stash today. Oh, I guess it's already coming back in. G-clip everything, pretty much. It's pretty funny. I can see the resemblance, except more budget. Okay, let's do some fundamentals now. What's the hardest genre to make, in my opinion? I can't say it depends, by the way. Why can't I say it depends? Who are you to tell me what I can answer with? Pop music? Okay, I'm gonna turn this off for a sec. And I need this to be longer. I think I lost. That sounds cool. Yeah, so somewhere I lost the actual snare. Question for you. As someone getting back into production after many years, would you recommend Bitwig? I've never used it before and have 8-year-old copies of Ableton and Fruity Loops and looking to upgrade. If you're familiar with Ableton, I think, well, even yeah. Long story short, yes, absolutely. I think that Bitwig is amazing. Country, yeah, country is banned in this channel, so that's probably the hardest genre to make. To answer your question, Tyson, I think it comes down, as far as like technical skill, I think it comes down between two things, drum and bass and trance music. I think those two are the hardest genres to make because the precision that you have to incorporate to make all the elements work well together are very, very difficult. If you guys know who Matt Zoe is, Matt Zoe streams on Twitch sometimes, and he's a really nice guy. But like, I have huge respect for Matt Zoe because he has time and time proven again that he could make like everything. There's literally not anything that he can't make that doesn't sound great. Like some artists, myself included, like are really good at one thing and are really bad at another thing. But the versatility that he has and the way that he's also able to incorporate his own artistry within like the genres that he makes is really impressive to me. And he's not like my favorite producer or anything, but like he does really well in that department. And yeah, it's really okay. I don't know what happened, but I lost my snare. That's why. What happened here? Pew pew, motherfucker. That's really strange. Something happened and like my snare is no longer a snare. I don't know if I learned neurobasses. You cover pretty much how to saturate ED music is literally. Yeah, but you also have like, I agree from a sound design standpoint, in my opinion, if you know how to make neurobass and you know how to do it well, you can designing almost any other sound is way easier because it literally covers like implementing neurobass, in my opinion, covers almost every aspect of sound design. But at the same time, mixing and using effects of compression and saturation, all that for a mixing purpose is not the same thing as doing it for a sound design purpose. So you kind of have to be mindful of that. I don't know what the fuck happened here. That's exactly what I meant. I don't know what this is, but it's really cool. How often do I stream? Great stuff. Thanks for your help, Musco. I stream pretty often. I don't know if I'm going to keep doing it pretty often, but Tuesdays and Thursdays I do creative tune feedback, and then on Fridays usually I do like actual production where like I kind of turn the mic off and like work on my own shit. But yeah, we also have the Discord, so feel free to drop in there. It's in the description if you want to do that, and then if anybody wants to support the channel. I love channel memberships, and I also have a bunch of stuff available on my website that's in the middle of the screen. Shameless plug. Sorry. I'm kidding. Sort of. Okay, let me just pull up a preset here and let's go off of that. Nice. Okay. Oof. But yeah, man, thanks for coming in. I always appreciate the questions and interaction, and I'll see you next time. Okay, we need another one. Hmm. Just subbed yesterday. I've been looking for a good VST for manipulating samples and came across your serum videos. Good stuff, man. Looking forward to going through your other vids. Yo, so I don't really make a whole lot of serum videos anymore, but there's this dude named Hakobo, Hakobo, that is still doing a lot of serum tutorials, and I think that he would be a great resource for you. I've kind of moved on to Faceplant and Bitwig stuff. But Hakobo has some really cool stuff that's pretty easy to follow that you might be interested in. That sounds pretty good. Okay, what I'm thinking is I'm kind of tired of snares, to be honest. Let's see, we've made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Okay, fuck it, one more snare. Can you guys hear my dog snoring? Okay, so let's grab the frequency shifter and change that up now. That sounds almost metallic. Hakobo is dope. Yeah, he's a really nice guy. Here we go. So now we've got... Where did I learn from? That's a loaded question. Yeah, I think I like that better. So, let's see. Oh shit. What the hell? So the very first, like, introduction to sound design that I got was from Vespers when he still had Vespers.com before he became Warp Academy, and Miyagi was the main teacher of that, and he kind of gave like an intro to synthesis, which it was okay. Then I joined Bass Gorilla and I bought like a lifetime membership to it, and I just like went through everything. I went through all the trance stuff. I went through the side trance. I went through the neurohop stuff. I went through everything and just sat on that for probably a couple of years. Then after that, I reached out to Andre, Copycat, and I was like, "Hey, man, I'm just wondering, I really like your music. Like, you're one of my favorite artists, and I was wondering if you teach lessons." And then I did some lessons with him. It wasn't like an extensive training thing. I already had like a good sense of kind of like what to do and where to go from there. But I bought quite a few lessons from him, and he was just a really nice guy and gave me so many like really cool pointers. Then I kept doing stuff, and last year I took some privates from Frequent, and he gave me a lot of really cool insight and kind of helped me figure out what to do with all this sound and shit that I was doing. And then I did a lesson with Hudson Lee sometime last year as well, and he gave me more like philosophical things. Then down the road, I joined the glitch.cool community, which they're some of the nicest people ever, and they kind of helped me fortify, like specifically Wolg, not like a one-on-one mentorship or anything, but just watching how he put things together. Something finally clicked with me, and I was like, oh, okay, so that's how I can start to put this stuff together in a way that makes sense. Even though, like, I would argue for the most part that people that listen to, I wouldn't be surprised if people listened to my first EP and then listened to my second and third and was like, dude, your first EP was way better. But I don't care, because I wanted to go into a darker direction. I wanted things to become more experimental, to become more, I think visceral would be a good way to put it. And so within all that stuff, I was like, yo, like I'd much rather like go in this direction and explore this direction than try to come up with, all that other shit. So yeah, that's kind of like a summary of how I've learned. And then honestly, man, just like countless hours of digging through Dogs on Acid, countless hours of digging through Reddit, digging through YouTube, just looking at anything and everything that I could look for music production. So yeah, that's kind of my synopsis of how I started getting into music production. But back in the day, like I would just look up for any kind of tutorials or something that I possibly could. Like I got so upset with myself because I couldn't figure out how to make a 7 Lions bass when I first started, and that's when I got into like gear lust, because I was like, oh well, what does 7 Lions use? How do I use this? How do I, how does he make this fucking sound? And then here we are today. And then I started researching like all the noises stuff and all that. So yeah, I think I'm done with drums for now, guys. I think this is plenty of stuff to play with. 10 kicks, 20 different, 19 technically, because this is more of a shaker, which is slightly hilarious, but some shit. This is going to be a free pack if this is your first time to the channel. I think it's going to be a timed free pack, so I'll probably let it go for the first 30 days and then start charging for it after. Whatever. But yeah. Okay, so what do we want to do next? Let's pull all this stuff and let's rename this snare. Let's rename this Kex. So what else do I have on my list? Okay, so we've got a toss-up between pads and soundscapes, risers, or grainy glitches, or bass. So risers, pads and soundscapes, glitches, neurobass. Take your pick. What's that one dude that slaps the meat? He's like, Can we get ambience? Yeah, we can do that. Soundscapes? Okay. Oh shit. Okay, hold on 1 second. I forgot that I changed some of these into a different tempo, so let me make sure that these are fixed. Ainsley Harris? Who's that? Okay, so that one isn't supposed to be that. That one is supposed to be in raw. That one's also supposed to be in raw. What is Supersonic? What is Ainsley Harris? Is that a person? Why Bitwig instead of Ableton? I never use it and almost never see someone that uses it. Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me see if I can get to work. Switch. My chat bot works half the time. Chat bot, please. Please. Chatbot. Chatbot, please. Oh, Ainsley Harris is the meat slap guy? Okay, sorry. My mind goes in a billion different directions. Okay, so I guess I have a video on why I switched, but to summarize things, for me personally, the workflow is better. The sound design possibilities cater towards more of how I like to do sound design. I like the modular environment of it. I like the interface better. That's just, yeah. I'm not saying that it's better than Ableton. Ableton definitely has some stuff that's better than Bitwig, but that's why I switched, just because I find that the workflow works a lot better for me. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I was just double checking on all that stuff to make sure that they sounded the way that they were supposed to. All right, so ambience. Let's see. What do we want to do for ambience? Let's start with phase plant first, and I'm just going to create a chord. Actually, I'm just going to create a single tone. Thanks for the earlier advice. If you don't mind me asking regarding sample manipulation, why do I prefer phase plant over serum? I'm very new to wavetable granular synthesis. Okay, so without being pretentious, let me just pull up something that I've made in the past. You can't do sounds like this in serum. Serum just can't make sounds like that. The reason why is because Serum is really good for purposeful design. So if you want to make something with intention, I think that Serum is a very fast way to get that stuff out. If you want to be if you want something that's more of a modular environment, kind of like all this stuff, and you want like things that kind of come at you at random and all that, then in my opinion, Faceplant is the best synth on the market. It's more expensive, like for the whole suite, it's about twice as expensive, maybe a little bit more than twice as expensive as Serum. But the sound design capabilities that you can do with Faceplant are just unmatched. Faceplant does not support granular synthesis, but just as a means of like having so many tools at your disposal, and the fact that you have unlimited effects, you have unlimited FM capabilities, the detuning is amazing. It's just, the list goes on. And I love Faceplant, man. It's been so good to me. Yes, I'm an affiliate of Faceplant, but I asked them to be an affiliate. They didn't ask me. No, they do not pay me. A third-party company pays me if somebody buys something off my discount code. So there is that, and I do believe in transparency within that. But personally, I believe that Faceplant is the fucking shit. Like, I reached out to them about doing coverage over it, so just so we're all clear. Faceplant is fucking amazing. Okay, so right now what I'm doing is I'm just going to generate kind of like a tone, just like a single thing, and I'm not going to do anything crazy with Faceplant. I'm just giving myself a fundamental to bounce out, and then I'm going to toss this into sampler. Yeah, of course, man. I do try to have a degree of transparency within all the questions and stuff, because people are like wanting to spend money on products and stuff, and like rather than say like, oh yeah, this is dope because it's new. No, that's not why. And I have a video specifically like warning people about Gearlust, but for me, Faceplant has taken my production and my sound design like imagination like way beyond. Do I use Max for live? No, not anymore. I mean, when I used Ableton, I did, but not anymore. Once you go PP, you never go BB. I mean, there are some things, like I do have a wish list from Faceplant. You know, it's not like the ultimate, it's not the ultimate synth by any means. There's still some stuff that other synths can do that Faceplant can't, but like once, if Faceplant added a granular and an additive engine, I'd probably shit my pants, to be honest. AD.
Recording to logbook.
Yo, Grant, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm sorry the chatbot's not working right now. That's really bothersome, but I don't know why. I mean Max MSP, but I think the answer is the same. Me too, probably. Yeah. Okay, at least my chat alerts are popping up on screen, but for some reason I'm not getting anything from live chat. Man, fucking Streamlabs bot, man. That drives me crazy. Anyways, sorry guys. Okay, so what I'm going to do is grab a couple of these. And these are just going to come in at random. And let's set this to be like really slow. And then let's do another one. That's maybe like 19. Pull that up too. So now you guys can hear that you'll get some nice kind of like stacking whenever this decides to come in. So I'm just going to let this kind of drone out for maybe like 16 bars or so. And then this will serve as a fundamental for us. I swear to Bob, if I get a complaint from somebody that's like, man, your sample pack is dope, but everything is an F, we're gonna have a problem. Your sample pack is really cool, but why do you make everything an F? Listen, bucko. Because I guarantee that 9 times out of 10, somebody is gonna fucking tune it to F anyways. Okay, so sorry, I'm joking, but so now that we have that, we're going to bounce this, or we bounce this to audio, and now what we can do is we can go and find some Foley stuff and start to begin to make other cool things. So I'm just going to look for a couple loops of some sort. Doesn't even matter, to be honest. Okay, and we want to change the pitch of these, like to be really low. All in F. Let's set this to here. And let's throw this on ROM. Hey, what up, Bailey? How are you, man? I'll do that in a second, but I actually meant to pull up Pro L. We getting into Silent Hill territory. You know it. I have actually a lot of videos on how to make this kind of stuff. So what I'm going to do now is go into textures here, and I'm going to pull up a couple of randomizers. Set this to bar. I'm working pretty quickly. Sorry. If anybody has a question or I'm moving too fast, and you're like, whoa, 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 what did you just do? Just let me know. All right, so we go here, then we'll go into the position here. Then we will duplicate. I'm good. Falling in love with ROM now after you seeing me use it so much. I'm a big fan of it. It's not really good for like creating realistic spaces, but we're doing some cool shit. It's really fun. Okay, we're just gonna let that go on free, and then we're gonna let this go on free as well. So when this decides to finally fucking move, Okay. So one other thing that we can start to do as well is if we want to make this really spooky, then what we would do is we'd go in here and we'd grab the pitch by maybe half a semitone, and then we want to set this to bipolar. And now you kind of have this like kind of spooky feel to it, but I would like something to be a little bit higher up in the register, so I'm going to pull this down a bit. We want to do a little bit more to it that's kind of in a subtle way, then we can do some just gentle filtering. Then we can also further make this a little bit more spoopy by grabbing a pitch shifter and pulling this down. And then we'll just grab a randomizer here. Bitwig GUI looks like Ableton knockoff. That's a very ignorant thing to say, brother. Spend some time in Bitwig, you'll change your mind. Although, I can't really argue with that, to be honest, because the people that made Ableton left Ableton and made Bitwig, so... Okay, so now what we can do is we can play with some delay here and make some nice... I'm going to use the kilohertz one. It's better. It's also free. So now I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to grab this. Loving the spooky vibes. Yeah, this is how I make my intros, guys. Well, it's one way. Haunted Doll. Oh, that was supposed to... This was supposed to go in the mix, so that way it's not just totally blasting with delay. And I think if I actually pull this out this way, I think having it here will make this be a little bit more clear. Hi all. Hi, ouchie ouchie. So yeah, that's how you make that stuff. So we can bounce that out. Besides slowing down the breakbeat, what did I do to make it sound random? So Bitwig is modular by nature, and so what you do is you grab these modulators called random, and you just assign them to certain parameters. And so something that's really cool about Bitwig is that it has a built-in granular synth, and you can alternate between playing regular stuff and then also like granular as well. So whenever you set this to like the grain size and the texture table of like where it scans and all that, then you end up getting that really cool stuff where it kind of just moves at random and is usually pretty useful in nature. If you want more information, I would go watch the video because that will kind of like break things down of like how I move from one instance to another. But like once you wrap your head around the randomizer stuff, then you're like, okay, I got it. It's no big deal. I might do one more of these, and then maybe what I will do... I'll probably just come in here. And actually, sorry, I wanted to see what this was like in... oh no, still in texture mode, but without this. So the speed of this is going to change, and the grain of this is going to change, and this might make this sound a lot different. Okay, it doesn't, but that's because it's only doing the freeze table. So we'll have to kind of play with that there. So cool, the only experience I have with this is the fruity granulizer in FL. Yeah, unfortunately FL isn't that modular by default, so it's kind of hard to throw all this stuff on here. But that's where something like Faceplant would come in, to where you can use, which you'll see here in a bit, you can still make soundscapes like this within Faceplant on its own. So okay, what I might actually do just to get some mileage out of this is, so I might do a third one here. And set that to bipolar. Set that to free, but this needs to be like really slow. Okay, there we go. So now we have a almost completely different pad that we can bounce out. Can I use synths other than Serum? Or is this just a sample pack, not presets? Are you asking if I can build presets? The intention, I will say that the intention of this was to just build, a sample pack that everybody can use. Okay, I want to make something that's kind of wet. So let's do like a crunch. I joined the stream late. That's okay. Yeah, so I'm designing a sample pack right now for the 5K. It's going to be free. That's exactly what I want. And it's going to be available on my website once it's done. That's some cool texture stuff. But yeah, it's probably just going to be samples. Just because not everybody has Faceplant, not everybody has Serum, which for the most part, if you're a producer, most people have Serum, but not everybody has it. So I would like to create something that anybody can, you know, anybody can mess with. This one's super cool. I have Faceplant, but refused to buy Serum. Personal reasons, and I also didn't want to be using something everyone else was. I mean, surely you know, if you use Faceplant, then surely you know that at some point, Faceplant will become the next Serum. It's just a matter of time. But you know, if it works, then use it. The sheer amount of like, it's not about the synth. It's just about how you use it. The thing that really changed the thing that really changed the game between Massive and Serum was that Serum was like one of the first, if not the first, synth that you can import your own wavetables. Whereas something like Massive, you can only use between however many things, right? So back then, it started to become recognizable about what people were doing because they were like, oh, that's modern talking. Oh, that's the kangaroo. Oh, that's, you know, that's whatever. But now, within granular synthesis, now that that's become more popular, now with importing, making your own wavetables, changing warp modes and all that other stuff, like it's really bridged the gap between like what synth you use. And while I'd say that it upped the bar with how much information there is to learn now, like all this generator stuff that I make, I don't know if you've ever been to my channel or not. Welcome if you're brand new. But all the generative stuff that I make, like people are going to be able to break that down one day, and you know they're going to recognize that between certain things because it's just a matter of like we have such an amazing memory with audio stuff, and that could be something maybe I just have an affinity to it, but I feel like we have such an affinity towards audio memory, and you know. My problem with Serum is Steve Duda. I also use Logic so I can install wavetables into Alckemy before all the other. I also bought Alckemy a long time ago. That was really annoying with the knobs and shit though. I didn't know what I was doing half the time. I think the competition is between Faceplant and Process Change with first-party plugins in Ableton. Honestly, I don't think that there is any competition. I think that nothing is competing with Faceplant right now. Hold on, the Faceplant suite, and I have to say that because if you buy Faceplant, you don't get everything with it. But the integration of multipass and snap heap, the sound design options of oscillators and FM. Hey, do I want to sell my Alckemy? I don't think that I can. I don't think that I can sell it because of the distribution thing, right? Or because like it's owned by Apple now, so I don't know how that would work. But yeah, so multipass, snap heap, the amount of built-in effects, the amount of effects that you can stack on top of it, it's like it's a sound design DAW in itself. And while having a DAW outside of that, I believe complements Faceplant. Just the sheer amount of stuff that you can do within it, like it is almost the ultimate synth. I bought all the plugins before Faceplant was introduced. Yeah, him, Trifecta. Imagine if you could use any plugin in multipass. That would be too epic. Yeah, right? Well, okay. So, here's the cool thing. Bitwig can do that. you can use Bitwig as multipass. Both in synthesizers and different stuff, and then also just in like multiband processing, right? Because that's what multipass is. So while it doesn't support 5 bands, it supports 3 bands. That's built into here, because essentially multipass is just frequency splitting, right? So if this is active, you have your pre-effects that goes on before, you have your low, middle, and high, and then you have a mix, and then you have your post effects. So it literally is the exact same thing. And not only that, but the big difference between multipass, actually, okay, I overstepped a second. So both multipass and Bitwig are missing one key thing that you can't offer, that Serum actually does better. FM is a true bottleneck with this whole conversation. No. You said multipass, not faceplant. That's different. But even still, you also have the grid, which technically can do FM, albeit you have to be a lot smarter. But the grid, sound source, then where, then back again. Yeah, you can use the grid. Hip fam. Yeah, we were talking about multipass though. Multipass isn't an oscillator. It's not a sound generator. It's a processing chain. So, but the thing that both multipass and the multiband FX3 are missing is multi-stage envelopes. But they both support randomizers, and I would argue that the FX3 has more modulators built into it. So if you've got a bunch of third-party plugins and stuff, that's why I always say, like, if you have Bitwig, then considering multipass isn't that important unless if you're doing it within faceplant. Like, I almost never use multipass outside of faceplant because of this. This thing is just about everything that I need, and in some cases better. But yeah, so like if you pull up the grid, like you have the grid is a completely modular environment, and it can also work with samples. And it can also, guys, the grid supports, I really don't like to spend a lot of time on the grid because it takes a long time to do shit. I agree. The grid is a modular synth, but one of the killer features about the grid that nobody's talking about, myself included, is the fact that you can do granular synthesis within the grid. So if you really wanted to get into like making a complex, kind of pad thing, whatever, right? Like, you can change the warp mode on this into textures and go into freeze mode. And like, what? Like, what? Fair enough. I haven't watched all the Polarity stuff, but this is Polarity's world. It's not my world. I'd happily defer to him when it comes to anything regarding the grid, because his knowledge in that field that's true. But for the most part, Polarity aside, almost nobody is talking about granular synthesis within the grid and what you can do in that. But for me, I find that doing it this way, because this is still modular anyways, granted with more streamlined routing of everything going this direction, it's still modular, right? So you can still do, pull things in and out and have certain things affect whatever. But this is more streamlined for me. And no, like, it's not as like crazy as like doing different note routings and all that stuff. It is more streamlined, but I find that this is a lot more efficient. I'm selling you Bitwig. I'm not supported by Bitwig. Hopefully, like, if any of you guys buy Bitwig, you guys would actually do me a large favor by saying that I'm the one that sent you, because I'm getting ready to ask them to renew my contract. And I've made a lot of content for them, but they don't pay me, or of course, by any means or whatever. But but I'm a big proponent of Bitwig, man. It's fucking awesome, and I can back it up, like, because this thing is just. I'm sorry, I'm just gonna say it. In my opinion, I think that Bitwig is the coolest DAW around right now. That's not to say that all the other ones aren't fantastic and don't do their stuff the way that they're intended to, but just as far as having a sound design playground, Bitwig is my shit. Oh, bathymetrics. Yeah, okay. So, sorry, I'll take that statement back. There are some people that do talk about doing that kind of stuff, so don't buy Bitwig unless you've used a DAW before. I find that it's even easier than Ableton. Like, just getting stuff to work, like finding your sample library, finding where your effects are and all that stuff, and just pulling that out. I think that it's, in my opinion, I think that it's actually easier than Ableton. So if you want to say that you wouldn't recommend Ableton as your first DAW, then I can support that. But I think that Bitwig, as far as doing basic features, is easier than Ableton, and I wouldn't say that it's as deep as Ableton, because Max for Live is a whole different beast. But there's some cool stuff in this, for sure. Knowing that Ableton people left and are here now with Bitwig is really important to me. The employees, that is. Yeah, okay, so like, yeah, I agree with that too, but I also think that Bitwig can use a few things as well. Like, but the devices are basic enough that things can go south really quickly. Well, it depends on like what you're trying to do, right? So like, I don't know if any of you guys watched that video of like how to pick your DAW or whatever, but like, you have to consider what it is that you're trying to do. Are you trying to mix and master? Are you trying to make music? Are you trying to record? Are you trying to sound design? Are you trying to, what is it that you're trying to do? Are you just trying to sequence? Ableton's like Adobe, a plane getting lost in the Bermuda Triangle before it crashes with a bad business model. But it can be argued that the grid is also like Max for Live. The grid, they're both a modular environment, but I don't think that the grid is as deep as a Max for Live, because you can actually like create interfaces and create actual like custom shit that has like interfaces and stuff like this compared to the grid. And I think that like, look at like, okay, so like the Convolution Reverb Pro was made from Max for Live. The modulator, Shaper, and LFO was made in Max for Live. Wolg's devices, if you guys know who that is, made some crazy granular stuff in Max for Live. And so I don't think that it's as deep in that way, but at the same time, if you just pull up the grid and you start connecting things, and the fact that it's already stereo, the fact that it has built-in clipping, the fact that it already works by nature, that you don't have to plug in like if you play notes on it, then it automatically works. Like, that's a huge advantage in contrast between that. And like, I'm trying to be careful with what I say to some degree, because my knowledge of modular environments aren't really, my knowledge of modular stuff, other than Bitwig's processing, is not that vast. So that's not my world. But that is what I know. So, it all just depends. It all just depends on what you want, Also, I appreciate that nobody is like, F you, Cubase gang, whatever. I appreciate that we can have like a civil conversation about this. But yeah, for me personally, I like Bitwig. It's really fun. It's so enjoyable for me to just make stuff in. And the other thing, like, it does need some things. Like, I really miss Simpler from Ableton. I had to go and buy a glue compressor from Cytomic, because Bitwig by nature does not have a glue compressor. The limiter is absolute trash in Bitwig. It's terrible. But there's some other cool stuff. Like I really like their chorus and their flanger, and yeah, I agree. I agree. So yeah, we made some cool crunchiness. Oh, we already bounced that out, didn't we? I think the main synth in Ableton is better than the ones in Bitwig. Yeah, I agree with that too, except for the sampler. The sampler, in my opinion, is way better than Ableton's. I know that we don't have FM, but I don't care, because the built-in warp modes that you can do is, in my opinion, just way cooler. It was more accessible, but the devices are an issue for me. Like even working with audio clips can be a PETA. Like, what are your struggles, or what were your struggles with? Because I find that working in audio is actually easier and more. I think that in some cases, working within Bitwig's audio is also more vast. Also, thank you for reminding me I need to get the glue compressor for Cytomic. If I were to start again with Ableton, then I'd start with Ableton and then move to Bitwig. Yeah, and sorry by the way, like I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm more so just wondering why. Like what makes you say that? Your opinion is totally fine and welcome in this channel. Okay, so what I also want to do is let's grab like a stick hit. Sure. Let's pitch that down. And yeah, I'm still learning the sampler, but I recognize how powerful it can be, but I'm still trying to understand the sampler. Yeah, the sampler is, there's so much shit that you can do with it. It's so good. And I'm not saying that I know everything about it, but from what I've found, has just been so good. Dude, audio like micro editing in Bitwig, like if you like IDM or you like doing like glitch cuts and stuff, like Bitwig. You know what I don't like about Bitwig? I don't like that I can't grab the handle of a sample clip and stretch it out. I do have a workaround for that. It's a customizable keyboard shortcut of open and close brackets, so I can do like half and double, but I can't hold shift and stretch the clip out, or I'd have to go in here and go down to the inspector. And the fact that the inspector you can't also automate as well really annoys me. I would love to be able to use modulators in this, like LFOs or whatever. That would totally, that might be like the breaking point to where I would be like, this is the coolest thing ever. I mean, I'm already pretty close to that, but if you can edit or like automate stuff in that, oh my gosh, guys. Oh my god. Oh my god. That would be just the dopest shit. Yes, I also have issues with the granular aspect of the sampler. It never works for me. So in order to get it to work, you have to hit the freeze function right here. That's how you get the granular, like the real granular mode to activate. I need more stuff in this. That's why it's not really doing anything. But setting it to texture mode and then turning this on will activate that as granular. If you have it in cyclic mode, that's more of like a wavetable synth, and then repitch is like your classic sampler style thing or whatever. Okay, that might sound really cool. Like the reverb, I have a hard time making it sound good. The amp, the distortion, the resonator bank, the saturator, etc. Even the synths took me a while to figure out how to learn. Seriously, why did Bitwig not explain that? Thank you. They did, I believe. Okay, so I agree with you on that, Ouchie. I do feel like compared to Ableton, that stuff that you're talking about specifically is way different. But it's just different, I feel. Because I do find that they're good, they just have different characteristics, and for me, like, coming from Ableton to Bitwig, I wanted those things to work in the same way that Bitwig did because I wanted to be used to that already. But now that I've kind of figured out, like, the characters that it has to offer on its own, like I think that they're fine. But again, that's just, you know, that's just my personal opinion. This one is awesome. Okay, so I think what I want to do with this one is maybe grab a voice of some sort. Like a vocal.
You keep asking way too much of me, and I don't know how to say.
I also feel that Bitwig needs an overdrive and exciter.
You keep asking way too much of me.
Yeah, I don't know if I can. Yeah, yeah. I think the reverb is fine. It's different, but I think it's okay. I do think that Bitwig can use a convolution reverb, but if you guys don't, oh, you just reminded me. Thanks. Instead of ROM, I think I'm actually gonna pull up this convolution reverb. So this is free, guys. It's called Convolution or Convology XT. Venus Theory turned me on to this in one of his videos, and it's free, but the drawback is that like their factory, or not their factory, but like their expansions and stuff cost money. Am I going to add Bitcrusher and Formant? Unlikely. I can. I don't know why I would though. Unless if that's what you're into. I just came from almost zero DAW exposure and jumped into Bitwig. To be honest, I didn't even have a frame of reference for how things should sound. I think if Bitwig had more diverse preset library, you can build a convolution reverb in the grid. By what? So you would what? Do a sampler, load an impulse in there, and then do what? A bunch of all pass filters? Oh, into the vocal? No, I'm gonna toss the vocal into the sampler and then use that as kind of like a ghostly, as like a ghostly sound. Let's grab a chain. Protoculture, turn you on to Convolution XT. Dope. Polarity has a convolution reverb in the grid.
You keep asking way too much of me.
Okay, so I think I'm gonna stretch this out.
You keep way too much.
Probably right there, I think would be nice. Yeah, but it's sketchy like most things built in the grid. Not everything is sketchy in the grid. Like, Polarity has this one patch in particular that I spent like 5 hours remaking. And it's just the coolest thing ever, in my opinion. Like this is so cool. It's going to take a second to start working, but when it goes, it'll go. Well, Trash 2 is a convolver, but it's not an actual convolution reverb. Yeah, these. I mean all the emulations of other stuff, the grid is great at generative stuff. Yeah, I agree with that. Like, this is so cool. I always thought Trash 2 was distortion. It is a distortion unit, but it does have a convolver built into it. So yeah, I have a video of me recreating this from scratch. And I use my own samples and stuff, but man, that took me a really long time to recreate. And I didn't know what I was doing, but that video was up on Bitwig video somewhere. Okay, so on this one I also want to take off this, and then we can figure out what key this is in. Okay, let's pitch that to 1, 2, 3. Okay, so now we can throw... Oh shit, I gotta bounce this first. Well, I guess it's a great way to learn the grid. I mean, I still don't know what half of the shit in there does, but yeah, that is one thing that you can do. Okay. Okay, so now we've got kind of like a ghostly thing going on here. Let's set that to F2. Okay, how am I stretching? I've been trying to get Audio and Bitwig to do that forever. So it's a custom keyboard shortcut. Up here on clip, you've got scale 50% and scale 200%. So what you do is you go into settings and you go into shortcuts and then you type in scale. And then so I just set these to be open and closed brackets. So that way I can actually do like the time stretching without having to. So it's just that one. Shift middle mouse? Wait, what? Pan, alt middle drag. Well, I don't actually have a middle mouse button, but if you could do that, that would be amazing. Oh, dude, oh my gosh, I was about to freak out. I was like, what? Yeah. Well, that's one of the cool things about Bitwig, right? Is you can set up your own custom keyboard shortcuts. So that's kind of just what I set that to. So that really takes away a lot of the issue of having to do time stretching things. But I put some stuff up on that before. Okay, so let's bounce this out, and then I think I'm gonna do a video on this at some point, so you guys will get to see it. and then before I unlist the video. But let's actually talk about how to do something cool in phase plant. So alright, so let's go to new. Let's grab a sine wave. And I'm going to teach you guys how to make a foghorn. Not like a drum and bass foghorn bass, but like an actual like soundscape foghorn. So what you do is you get some distortion. And then you get some more distortion. Perhaps some more distortion. Then you grab a filter. Then you get some reverb. Then here you kind of mess with the pitch a little bit like this. Isn't Command Alt Drag time stretching too? Command Alt Drag? No, that's scrubbing. So that's like if you have a really long sample and you have this part of it, then that will scrub through the sample within the inner clip container. Oh, I only want like that much. I don't know what the second container. You have the audio clip. Wait. You have the clip and then you have the audio event. It doesn't just scrub, it stretches as well. So if you are you saying if you double click into this and then you go here? That scrubs. Beside the audio event. No, see that scrubs. You have to go into stretch. Yeah, that's what I'm holding. I'm holding Command Alt Drag. That's that does this. This is the scrubber. No. The way that works is you go into stretch and you go on here and then you double click somewhere until this little thing pulls up and then you can stretch it. So you double click between two places and then you can do time stretching in that way. That's how you do stretching with that. Okay. So let's add some dynamics. How do I reverse audio? So I have you have to, so I don't have a MIDI keyboard, so I always have caps lock enabled, but this right here is a quick shortcut for that. Or you can take caps lock off and just hit R, and that will reverse it. I want to say that there's an inspector control as well, but I don't see it. Yeah, maybe not. It's another thing, Bitwig, the ability to reverse MIDI. You can do that. You just make a chord. Highlight, hit R. Okay, so we're starting to get some of that cool, like, characteristic stuff now. So now what we're going to do is we're going to bring up some kind of chord elements to this. There used to be an inspector control in version 1, and then it was easier to slice and reverse audio. They changed something. Just hit R. Super easy. Okay, I'm going to set this to 19. Yeah, no problem. Dude, I just got another dislike. Oof. Nice. What can you say? So now what I would like to do is we're gonna get some pitch shifters here. Fuck that guy. I mean, no, that's what it's for. If somebody doesn't like my content, then you know, that is what it is. Although I would like to know why. I would like the ability to have somebody, like, instead of just having like and dislike, I would like somebody to do like a review thing of being like, I don't like this because this guy is a douchebag, or because he's a dick, or whatever. When do I plan on doing a feedback stream next? Thursday. I think Thursdays and Saturdays are good times for me. People just want an easy button. I don't know, guys. That's okay. It's one dislike. It's one dislike. Okay, I think I want to make this reverb bigger as well. And something else that could be cool is maybe throwing just a little bit of noise into here. Am I really clipping right now? Take the clip container and drag it out so it loops over, say, 4 bars. Make a space well. Take the clip container and drag it out so it loops over, say, 4 bars. Inside the device area, hold Command and drag to stretch/comp audio. Wait. So Option, Command, drag. That gives me this thing. In the arranger timeline, okay? I'm right here. I'll split this. Option, Command, drag. Dog, this is scrubbing. This is scrubbing the sample. I mean, if you can, I would like to know. So, like, it's definitely worth trying to figure out, but I don't... unless if I'm... This clip is 1, 2... Okay, this clip is now 4 bars long. It doesn't matter how long the clip is! Look! It's Command Option Drag. That's scrubbing through the clip. And I'm looking right here at the tempo, and it says if you drag it, if you command click, then you can do that. If you hit Command Alt and drag, yeah, it's still the same thing. Okay, please do, because if you teach me something like how to do stretching on the timeline without having to come over here, like, I would love to know. Not to come off as a jerk, but I'm pretty sure that you can. But if you can, like, that's a lesson for all of us that I would love to throw out a shout out to you for. Okay, so now if we want to turn this into something that's a little bit more metallic or so, then hi there. We can grab a wavetable and do some subtle amounts of FM. Like, this is like what I would think of with like Resident Evil 4, right? When you first save Ashley and you get out into the village, or you get out of the church, and then like everybody's like shouting in Spanish at you, "Oompa la Stella" and all that stuff. Go listen to the OST. That's like very similar of what that kind of stuff is. And then there's the other one where you're in the regenerator area, which is like probably like the scariest part of the entire game, to be honest, of like when you can hear the regenerator breathing and then you just hear that like metal scrape. That's a little too loud, but... Spoopy. So I think I'm going to balance out some of those just for funsies. I think that you guys might like those. Let's do like 4 of each octave. Burn. You can also make this really rumble if you want to by pushing the low end up a bit. And then if we wanted to make this a little bit more dynamic, then we can go up in here and then add just like some really slow filtering. Nice. Oh, I forgot. I forgot one really important thing. I forgot the comb filter. Yeah. Some really nice like stings, I think, would be kind of cool. Assuming, hopefully you guys like this stuff. So yeah, should we move on to bass stuff now? Let me see on Discord. Risers, I'll probably do that later. Grainy glitches, we can most likely... Yeah, let's do bass. I want to do some bass stuff now. Oh, that reminded me of Oddicur. Or I don't know how to say that name. Second Bad... Vilbil for a bit. Okay, let's grab all this shit. Turn it off. Okay, let's get into some bass design now. Oh, that's perfect. Let's bounce that out. No, joking. Okay. That's what I meant to do. Okay, let's do... Okay. Does anybody have any questions on anything, by the way? I'm kind of just working now, I guess. Mm. Okay, so something that I wanted to try within this was something I've been thinking about. For a full second, I gotta upload it. The file size is 9.8 megabytes to Diskport. Okay, yeah, no worries. Hey, Dispo, what's up, man? I guess I'm just trying to relate the info on how I'd make this in Serum. I don't have Faceplant. Do your thing. You can't do this in... If you can do this in Bitwig, but you can't do this in Serum. Just because of the modulators. And the fact that, like, you can only have a certain amount of effects. So I guess, like, if you run out of effects, then you can start to use Serum effects, but that's really cumbersome, especially if you're in Ableton. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we are going to make a macro. And this is going to be all of this. And then we're going to pull all these down to here. And then we're going to set this one to go here. A macro is just a knob that changes. You set it to a certain parameter, like a filter or something, and then the macro will automate multiple things at once. So if you want to change the mix between, a reverb and you want to change the cutoff at the same time with one knob, then you can set that to a macro. But within this, what I'm doing is setting this up so that a randomizer is randomizing the parameters on a macro. And this macro is set up to the smoothness curves of these randomizers. And the randomizers are basically what's making this thing move in such a way. So now that this is going, we're going to get some stuff that's going to be smooth, and we're going to get some stuff that's going to be curved, or some stuff that's going to be kind of jagged and rigid, so to speak. So now between that, I'd like to do some major compression, and then like all the other stuff that we'll probably do to this will just make it try to turn more or make it have some impacts, kind of like what I was hoping for. But before we do that, Ouchie just posted a video on this. It says that we're processing this video. Check back later or download the video now. So I'm going to let that process and then we'll come back to it, okay? Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up an envelope. Go here and we'll set that to 12 semitones, so it's lower than the hotkeys, but it lets you do custom. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to set a note to the rate of all of these randomizers. I'm going to pull this over here and set the center to F1. I'm better off with hotkeys, it's way faster. It depends on what you're doing with the macro, right? So I'm going to set the range here to probably just 12. And then I'm going to grab this here and let's sync these up. Pull that down. Pull that down. Ugh, okay, let me... The organization of this is... Can you guys hear my dog snoring? Pull this down. And... pull this down. Okay. So now, whenever I pitch this up, it should move faster. Okay, that's still a little bit too quick for me. I would like that to slow down. I still haven't figured out how to get this dialed in the way that I want it to yet, but assuming what we are trying to do is as you play a lower note, the movement of this will be slower, and then as you play a higher note, it will move more quickly. Okay, I think that's fine. So now let's get into some other processing of doing some other cool shit. Let's go here. Let's do the bass booster. Let's go into filter. Then I usually like to grab a vocoder. And then we'll grab an effects chain 3. And I talk about this in every video that I do, but on this one in particular, you've got your low, medium, and high. On the low pass, or the low band, you have a high pass filter. On the mid band, you've got a band pass filter, and on the high end, you've got a low pass filter. And then I'm kind of automating that with mix, so that way it's not totally like cutting all the sound out. We have an OTT. And then let's grab a Pro L and let's make this really loud. And I'm going to switch this to, no, that's fine, never mind. Okay, so now that we have all these characteristics and stuff, we can kind of go back and just try to change some subtle things to see if we can make it like have more of a vocal tone. I'm not really sold on this FM, to be honest, so maybe I'll try to find a different one. For some reason, I like to, there's this biomorphic one somewhere on here. There it is. This one's really cool. There's a bunch of stuff on here that sounds really good. Let me refresh this and see if... Okay, let's watch Ouchie's video. Clip. Edit. Clip. Okay, yes, sort of. Yes and no. This is actually pretty interesting, though. Okay, so why this is different is because what you've done... Lol. What you've done on here is you've grabbed a kick. Well, I've grabbed a kick, and you set this to loop. And this way. Now, coming into here... What did you do? Wait, what did you do again? You can adjust the length too. It's still a much different thing than like actual just time stretching though. Like it's kind of strange that this is moving. I need to do it in the audio container. Okay, sorry. I did it by mistake, jerking with it. Okay, it says that I can, this by default is stretch, but that's not letting me stretch. Stretch no end. Oh, there it is. Okay. So if this pops up, then you can do it on the loop mode, but why does that only work whenever it's on the loop mode? Like that. What happens if... Why couldn't I just go in here and... Oh, dude, look. Okay, so if you go into an audio event like this, then you can just stretch it without having to... You can just stretch this without having to do that. But the problem is that it doesn't actually stretch the clip. But if it does this, will that pull both? i.e. the top end of the clip is a third. Okay, so in theory, like, so I'm just clicking on this without hitting Option and Command. So doing the stretch this way. And this is stretching this out. But the issue that we have right here is that it's not stretching this part. So that's still another step. So what you can do theoretically is you can join, like, instead of doing the loop thing, you can join, really? You can join this in this way, like that, and now you can grab this and stretch this out, like that. You can, Sarah, you just got to figure out where. Okay, let me see what the tools say at the bottom. Stretch no end. Alt drag, rectangular selection. Command Alt drag, stretch no end. Yeah, there's no thing. So you're right. You can actually stretch this in this way, but it still doesn't actually stretch the clip. So it's still an extra step. But you don't have to hold commands. You don't have to hold command and click to do it this way. You can just drag it whenever you see this little like 3-thing icon. I'm telling you, it's in there, just annoying to remember where this shit is. But yeah, you can stretch the clip this way and then drag this out. Oh, you can't do that. You have to... Oh, dude, no. This is too much work. Easy mode. Hit this, set your keyboard shortcut up, and just stretch it this way. That's so much easier to do. Yeah, this is way more efficient in that way. Or literally just go on here and drag the tempo and then do it this way. But even still, the problem with the tempo thing is that it doesn't change the duration of the clip. That's the problem that I have with that. It wouldn't be that big of a deal if you can drag the sample in and just go here, and that didn't work the first time. That's pretty funny. So this isn't that big of a deal. But even still, within like keeping it warped to a proper mode, that's pretty funny. I would just rather do it this way. It's just my 2 cents, just my 3 cents on that. But to each their own. But that was still worth taking a look at. That thing that you did with that might be a cool way to come up with some glitches on that. So I'm gonna put that one in my pocket and explore that later. I'll ask Polarity. Yeah, maybe he'll know. That might be worth looking into. Okay, I think I'm gonna add another filter to this just to try to make it more dynamic. And what I might also do on the note range is instead of have this here, I'll probably just change all of these to free mode. because freedom isn't free. It costs folks like you and me. And if we all don't chip in, who's going to pay that bill? Let's see if this works. Yeah, for some reason, I have way more success doing it this way than I do with the sync mode. But now, as you can see, when this comes up, so I don't use it, so I don't know I'll ask polarity. Yeah, that's totally fine. Yeah, now that's much cooler movement. Freedom cost $1.05. Please vote. Okay, so in a nutshell, from all of the filtering options that we have now, and from all this stuff, like now we can just kind of bounce this out and do this stuff. Because with the pitching, changing the speed over time, and then the nature of the macro going from step sequencer to curved, you get a large amount of variation within the sound. So I do think that I made one mistake though. I think I'm going to take the comb filter off and place it back maybe on here, because I think that's taking away from the sub, I want to say. Or at least it feels like it to me. So I'll do one like that where it's just kind of moving around doing its own thing, and then I'll kind of pull that back as well. Okay, so for this pack, would you guys rather have the pitch bend stuff in there, or would you guys rather just have like a consistent note? I also think that instead of using a limiter, I'm going to use a glue compressor, because I want this to be a little bit more even throughout. You'd say consistent? Okay. It makes sense. Like, I can see why people would want both, so it just depends, you know, that's kind of what it is. But let's go ahead and set up a resampling channel now and pull this out. Also, welcome back, Evan. I don't know if you were here the whole time, but why not both? I guess I could. I mean, how big of a what would budget AU5 do? It's fucking hilarious. Yeah, I could. I guess it just depends on how big of a file size you guys gonna download, or do you guys want to download? Okay, well this is moving on its own. Oh, that's because I have that looped. I was like, what the hell? What the heck is going on here? That freaked me out for a second. Okay. What I also think I'm going to do, just to give us a bigger level of control, is I'm going to set the base speed of this to be modular as well. So on this macro, I'll probably pull this up, each one, because I kind of find that it can be a little bit slow if it's just doing its own thing at like the base speed. Always have me in the background, currently using one of my generators, and put a bunch of kilohertz transient shapers after to generate percussion hits. That's a great idea. So there we go. Now the movement is just a little bit quicker, so I don't have to... Okay. Now let's do some pitch bends. That was so cool. All right. So here's something for you guys to go and destroy. What should we call this base? Who's got a monster name for me? If you have an idea for monster name, let me know, and I will be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom again. Oy, my leg. Friends, homies, Soul Scaler, that's pretty cool. The Thing, that one's pretty cool too. Guys, give me just 1 second. I think I'm gonna let my dogs out really quick because they've been very patient and very sweet. Buckshot, do you want to say hi to chat? Sit. Sit. Speak. Speak. No, not attack. Get down. Get down. Buckshot, sit. 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 Speak. 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 Good boy. There you go. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I'm gonna let them out really quick. I'm gonna grab a quick snack and then I'll be right back. Hi, Korean Jesus. I'll be right back. Okay. I'm gonna let these guys out. I know. I know. I know. Give me 1 second. Freaking doggos. Heckin' dogs. Let's play something from piano. Be right back, guys. Come on, guys, let's go outside. Lay down, guys. And low. Mothra? That's kind of cool too. Nuclear Chaos. I don't know of a monster named Nuclear Chaos. Dechetta. That's pretty funny. Do you guys mind if I eat this on stream? I have a confession to make. I bought a king-size pack of Swiss rolls, and I've already eaten almost all of them in like the course of like 2 days. I'm gonna try not to mukbang you, but hey, no begging. He's like, what? I'm deaf, I can't hear you. Swiss rolls. Gonna be chubby AU5. That's slightly hilarious. Most likely not, but I think I'm willing to bet 100% that I work out way more than AU5. But you never know. Hopefully not. Okay, so let's see. We've got Soul Scaler, The Thing, Azathoth. What about Azathoth? Mothra. Chaotic Mothra. Dechetta. Void Maw. What about Nuclear Chaotic Chetta Mothra Void Maw? Sounds about right. Nuclear Chaotic Chetta Void Mothra Maw. Base. Sounds good to me. Let's save this as a preset. Sounds intense. Works for me. Ouchie says, I figured it out, though it's more steps. So you loop the clip in a range view to the desired length, then you grab the loop marker at the end of the first clip, and then you drag it to the end of the new clip length. Then, in the audio clip, use the command Alt-Drag to scale it to the clip's extents. That is so much work. I mean, yeah, you can, if that's what you want to do. But, I'm good. Okay. But still, yeah, it is. I think it is worth knowing. It might be something to kind of look and see if there's an advantage to doing that at some point later, right? So now let's turn this into a generator. And to do that, we're going to borrow a couple buddies. I approve. Alright, so let's set this to plus 12. I know, right? I don't know why they didn't tie the two together, and polarity isn't on, so... Well, I think it's really late where he is, right? I'm not... What country is he in? I'm lurking, just ate. What'd you have? Can I have some? I'm kind of hungry too. Please. Please. Once the container resizes, it works, so to be honest, I think it's a bug. Yeah, I would agree with you. Did you see earlier when I was like, oh man, if I could just use the tempo thing, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. But then the container didn't stretch. But then I did it again and the container stretched. It's recorded. I'm not crazy. I swear. I'm not crazy. I'm joking. But for real though, what's up with that? Europe, if I remember correctly. Yeah, so it's... Oh, well, some people in here that I know are in Europe as well, and I think that it's... I want to say it's like 11:20. He lives in Berlin, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, it might be much later. It might be like 2 in the morning. I don't know. But anyway. Rotisserie chicken. Dude, okay, so last night I took a whole rotisserie chicken and I, took as much meat off the bone as I could get. And then, yeah, okay, cool, it is 2 a.m. And then what I did was I threw that in some Alfredo sauce and then cooked that for a little bit so that way it softened the chicken up. Then I got some fresh green onion with some garlic and some black pepper. Cut that up, cook that in, and then I added pina pasta to it. And that's chilling in the fridge right now. So whenever I'm done streaming, I'm gonna have me some pasta with chicken. Yo, Drew Garcia, thank you so much for subscribing. I don't know if the food description did it. Maybe it was like, yo, this guy likes food, and, you know, I like food too, but thank you so much for the sub, man. I appreciate it. You know, if you add an I to that, it'd be Master Chief. No, I'm kidding. Bad jokes. Okay, so now what we're going to do is add some pitch shifters to this. And we'll just do stuff like that in various places. And then let's do another one. Somewhere like here. And then maybe one more like here or so. And we'll do plus like 19 with this one. I've had computer problems lately. Did I ever get to a better living situation? No. No, but my situation has improved. Okay, so you can try slow cooking or pressure cook bones for a nice brothy soup. I do have a slow cooker. Dude, it's all good. Shit happens, you know? I'm actually like really fortunate that I'm still like in a place that I can continue pursuing this. And it hasn't happened as quickly as I wanted it to yet, but it does show promise, and like things are getting better, and they will continue to get better. But yeah, I'm not really in the mood to complain about life by any means. I'm just having a good time today. Okay, so that's really cool. Music is a good escape. Yeah, I'm really lucky to have music. Like really lucky to have music, because like before it was tricking and martial arts, and with this injury that I've had, it's like, yeah, that's hard to talk about, but it's been a journey and a battle by like a large means. So okay, let me take a step back and let me turn this stuff off. Sounds pretty cool to me. So, I think on this one, I'm going to add another randomizer to this. And pull this one up, kind of like so. And then on one of these, it doesn't really matter where, I'll probably just pull that up. Oi. Oi. Like that. With the state of the world the last year, it's more important than ever to focus on the positive. Much love from Pennsylvania. Dude, thanks. I appreciate that. And I think that you're absolutely right. You know, I think I don't want to try to get too political, but like, yo, like right now, we're going like the world, not just the US, but the world in general is like facing a lot of hardship. And with the internet being the way that it is, hey, what up, Lapidus? We're all becoming a lot more aware of these problems that are happening on a global sense, right? So on one end, like it's kind of scary to like realize like how much shit everybody's going through. But on the other side of things, like hopefully that can start helping people reflect from within and like spread outwards, right? You know, like remember when like the West Coast is on fire right now. But remember when Australia was on fire last year or maybe earlier this year and it was like really bad, you know? Yeah, like I really wanted to do something about that, but you know, yeah, there's I don't know, man. Life's fucked up right now. But it could be worse. And what can you say? Sorry, my thoughts are really scattered on that. I have a lot of things to say, but I don't have the organization right now because I'm trying to like multitask. Yeah, I don't know. Be good to each other. Take care of each other. Take care of the planet, dude. Take care of the planet. And it starts with like recycle. Yeah, and Oregon, Washington. My mom and a lot of my friends are in LA. I don't think that it's that as nearly as bad in LA, if at all. But I'm sure that they're getting the smoke, especially in the San Fernando Valley. Yeah, I was gonna say the smoke, likely. Valencia, I worry about. So, you know, and that's just like we also have this like huge hurricane that's brewing in the south right now. My sister who lives in Portland claims it isn't. The internet videos on hell tell otherwise, so I don't know. I think she's in denial. Avid just uploaded some free stuff in the Discord. If you guys are not part of the Discord and you want to join the Discord, it's in the description. I would invite you all. We just recently hit 700 members, which is pretty cool. We have an amazing community with just the nicest individuals ever, and there's a lot of free stuff in there. Yeah, and if you guys want to support the channel, I always appreciate like memberships or, you know, getting something off the website. There's a bunch of free stuff off the website too, which is right in the middle of the screen, but not required. My girlfriend's mom is the same. She doesn't see it. Blind, maybe. Well, maybe she might be just watching everything on the news, right? Like, I mean, I don't leave my house much. Somebody was in here earlier that knows me personally, and they would easily be able to tell you that I never leave. Like, if I don't have to, I don't leave my house. I leave on Thursdays to go to the gym, or maybe, you know, I'll go to the grocery store, but other than that, I'm either going to the gym, or going to the grocery store, or going to visit my grandmother, and I don't leave the house otherwise. So, I have no reason to leave. This is my world. Okay, this turned out to be pretty cool. So let's save this one as base ... generator. So this one is the nuclear chaotic void Mothra. Wait, nuclear chaotic cheddar void Mothra maw base generator. So I cannot give you all the patch for this. Well, I can, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to give you all the patch for this, but I will bounce out some stuff for you. That was super cool right there. Haha, nope. Cool. So there's that. Yeah, I hope you guys do, man. I hope that eventually somebody was talking about it in the Discord, and they were saying that like people would think that Portland is super rainy, but it actually doesn't. That it actually doesn't rain that much. Which sucks if that's true. Okay, so I think what I would like to do now is I'm going to do another version of this where, let me figure out where it is. Guessing it's this one, maybe? Nope. Guessing it's this one. Yeah, okay, so I'm going to turn this off and I'm going to leave this on this thing. And I'm going to grab a delay, actually, and set this here, and then we're going to just totally do that. And let's toss this in somewhere arbitrary. And then I'm also going to mess with the feedback. So this is going to make the sound a lot different. Which is arguably cooler than the last one we did. What artist do I prefer in music? Just hopefully to hear something new. Let's see. Let's take a dive in my personal Spotify playlist. It's all My Little Pony. I'm kidding. I listen to a lot of video game music, to be honest. But if I ever pull Spotify up, hey, Alway 1337. Temptation to throw out a lot of stupid people. So let's see. Let's go to artists. These guys are cool. I really like Ether. They make some really cool like ambient stuff. AK Sublab and Azalea make super sick stuff. I think Azalea won the Cohen Sound remix contest. Limp Bizkit. AK420 makes some cool lo-fi. AK Hash, they have some cool stuff. Akira Yamaoka is Silent Hill music. Akov is dope. Alina Perez is one of my favorite singers. Alex Perez. Let's see. Arc Patrol is really good. Audica, I listen to a lot of their stuff. I take a lot of inspiration from a lot of their stuff. There's Azalea. Ben Woods, if you guys like flamenco music, he's a really great flamenco guitarist. I listen to a lot of Burial. Chi. City Girl is really awesome. Clockvice is good. Copycat, can't go wrong with that. Culprit, Ghost Tech. Deep is like a really awesome, like, just there. He's not lo-fi, but he's just like down tempo hip hop. He makes a lot of really great stuff to listen to. Dirty Elegance is kind of on the experimental side, like old trip hop stuff. Disprove, duh. Dorothy Ashby is a harp jazz artist. I guess they took a lot of her stuff down, but she makes a lot of really good music that I just like listening to. Edamame makes some excellent chill music. Eckle, I listen to all their stuff. I'm a really big fan of theirs. I actually reached out to them for lessons, and then right after I did that, they came out with that course on Bass Gorilla. But then they got busy, so not saying that they would have said yes anyways, but I would have been happy to toss money their way for lessons because they make really amazing stuff. Emancipator Emperor is also what's his other name? What's Emperor's other name? Oh my god, what is his name? What's his halftime name? I can't remember, but he has another alias that he makes music. It starts with the M. It'll probably pop up later, but yeah, Emperor/Monument. There it is. Emperor/Monument. He's got a masterclass on YouTube, by the way, that you guys should check out. Just on a bunch of production stuff. False Noise. He recently came out with an album that is incredible. Anything from Upscale is great. Flying Lotus. Frequent. I love all of his stuff. Ghost Tech. Some abstract tunes. Haywire is great. This is all like trance stuff. Heat Beat. Hitafumi Kimochi is kind of like an acoustic artist or acoustic group, and there's a lot of guitar stuff in there, and they make a lot of really cool stuff. Hudson Lee, he's great. He's so slept on. Ian Ewing, he's awesome. Illo makes some great stuff. Invention is really good lo-fi. Very different. Like, I like Invention a lot because he makes a lot of like digital lo-fi. That sounds really cool. Ivy Lab. Kage is one of my favorite artists right now. Climax, I was telling you guys about him. He's like a melodic trap producer. Cohen Sound, of course. You won't see a lot of Cohen Sound on this playlist because I pretty much bought all of their music, so that's why. Little Snake makes some crazy, crazy stuff. Let me see. Mefuse is great. Mindex makes some amazing like jazz, psychedelic, neuro stuff. There's Monument, Sasquatch, Moody Good, Mr. Bill. There's an album from New Sensei, or it's I can't remember what album it is, but it's really, really good. Noisia. Invictive has a lot of cool songs that I like a lot. Filet or Fela, I don't know how to say his name. Physicist makes some crazy stuff. Raw Tech is great. Primate is also really cool. I let go of a lot of his tunes lately, but he makes some really cool, like just jungle, like really cool, really good vibe stuff. Anything else? Saib, that's good lo-fi. Oh, Saib is Cowboy Bebop. Shades. Signs makes some cool stuff. This is one of my favorite songs right now, Paper Bag from Signs. Smokefish makes some really awesome, like garage, burial style music. Sorrow, Vacant, Spore, State of Mind, Sublab, I like all his stuff. Teddy Killers, make some good stuff. Transforma is a really slept on artist. Triphonic, Saruta, Vacant, Vorso, Wolg, I listen to everything from him. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I forgot that I have this song saved. I found this song from a meme from a dog dancing. The dog doing like this, and it was hilarious, and so like I had to download that or had to save that. But yeah, that's That's pretty much my Spotify playlist that I'm listening to right now. So go steal it all. And then like if you look at my actual library of music that I actually own, cancel. There's just a ton of video game stuff. So Samus Returns, Castlevania, Mario and Luigi, Castlevania, Xenoblade 2 has an amazing soundtrack. A lot of Sonic stuff. Adventures of Batman and Robin, Nier Automata, all the Mega Man stuff, Sonic 3D Blast. Like I love listening to this stuff because it's really like what fueled a lot of my imagination for this kind of stuff. Silent Hill 3, Oracle of Ages, Wolverine from NES, Voice Memos, Pokken Tournament had a great soundtrack. Bloodstained has a great soundtrack. More Castlevania, Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild, Kingdom Hearts, though only some stuff from them. Mega Man stuff, Sonic, Newgrounds. Yeah, so lots of OSTs and then lots of stuff like that. So yeah, let's bounce out some of this stuff. There's some cool stuff in this. I need to play that. Would be cool if Kilohearts made some kind of granular delay snap. You can create a device, a grain delay device, and you would just use that by using the pitch shifter and a delay together. So it's not... Sorry. Ouch. It's not as intuitive as an actual grain delay, but messing with the grain size and then messing with the pitch together will give you some pretty interesting results. So let's just use this because we've already got one, and let's grab a pitch shifter and let's grab a delay like this. And so what we can do is leave these both on 100% because that's normally how you would use a grain delay. A delay, okay, so like this might sound crazy, but a delay in itself is granular. Because what it does is it samples a little piece of audio and then repeats it in such a way. So in one way or another, especially when you use a really short time, you are essentially using some kind of granular synthesis. Although the functionality that you have and the ability to manipulate it is very limited in comparison. So take that with a grain of salt. But if you were to set up some of these parameters together in such a way, and maybe do another one that messes with the grain size, and maybe do another one that messes with the feedback, and turn the feedback down. Wait. Like that. this will do some cool shit. So on one end, while you don't have the control of using a grain delay, you still can get the same kinds of timbres and stuff that you're looking for within that. Sounds pretty cool. So yeah, that's one thing that you can do. And if you wanted to set that up, so if you wanted to build a personal grain delay, like let's say within Bitwig, because if you're in Ableton, why not just use the grain delay? Then you would use Ableton's built-in pitch shifter. And then you would grab a delay, probably a ping pong delay, I imagine. So like maybe like a 2 delay, or delay 2. And you would group these two together in such a way. And then what you would do is you would grab an XY pad. So you would set X to be, it doesn't matter, you can set this to be whatever you want. I would most likely set this to be that, and then I would set the other X to be more feedback. Like this. And then I would set the feedback on both of these to be relatively the same. And then on the Y pad, I would do, oh wait, let me take this off really quick. I would set this to time mode on these. And set the Y pad to something of the sort, doesn't really matter. And make sure that the mix is all the way up. Set the width here, turn the crossover off. So now whenever we move this is going to adjust in a pretty cool way as well. Oh, I'm also going to set the Y to be the grain size too. So now that we have this, we can kind of use this as a means of let's pull up something like a chord. Just so that we can tell whatever the hell this is doing. And you might have to mess with this a bit. And again, of course, it's not going to be exactly the same, right? But to some degree, you can still get a pretty cool XY pad out of this. Okay, so I'm gonna pull, whoa. I'm gonna pull these back a little bit. Maybe not that far, but maybe like here. And then try again. It might even be worth throwing another delay on here. Vibrato delay pad. Oh, and also There we go. So yeah, it's not quite as cool, but if you sat here and messed around with the parameters on here enough, then that's pretty much what a grain delay is. Are there any delays that will let you change the delay time without affecting the pitch? I feel like that's something that could work better. Let's see what happens if we change the time like this as opposed to actual milliseconds. And let's see if that actually affects the time as well, or let's see if that affects the pitch. But ideally, like, what delay does is it will take something and play it faster, and that's why the pitch goes up. So if it plays slower, it will go down to the original speed, and then start to delay at a normal time. But when you start to shorten it up, the sample is playing back way too quickly. So it's almost like a tape machine of some sort, right? Yeah, you still get that. What you might be able to do, though, is play with the arrangement of this stuff, too, though. Which is arguably cooler than what we were just playing. But yeah, I kind of just wanted to show you how to set it up, and I'm not really keen on exploring how to get it exactly like Ableton, but you can essentially use that as a grain delay to some degree. But yeah, doing it within, I find that doing it within here, even with the randomizers, even though I don't have control over it, is just as good, if not better. I mean, and 9 times out of 10, whenever I'm doing something with a grain delay on Ableton, I'm usually just pitching it around and trying to find something cool within it. So why not just let the computer work for me and come up with my own stuff with that, right? Okay, so the last thing that we were going to do a bass, right? Or we did a bass, and we did one consistent note, and then we did some stuff with variable notes. So let me color code this to be green, so that way I know what the fuck we're doing. What I said is basically car plus strong algorithm. To be honest, man. What? No, I hear you. That's a little bit beyond me as so far as like what the technicality of it is, but just as far as like a practical means, that's how I understand it. But that is actually pretty interesting. I guess I'm just telling you that because I don't know, and if you were to try to discuss that with me, I don't think that I'm informed enough to have an intelligent conversation on that matter. But I do understand, I do recognize that that's, that's how that changes the sound to some degree. Okay, let's do a new bass patch. Let's try maybe something from Ghost Hack. This looks interesting. I think I want something a little bit more vocal, if possible. That's really screechy. I don't like screechy basses. Okay, Okay, that'll do. So let's do the same setup where we have a couple of randomizers on here. Okay, that sounds pretty cool. So I'm gonna set up a filter now. Filter chain. Does anybody have any questions on anything? Heading out, thanks for the stream, stay safe. Ouchie, thanks for the info, man. Appreciate it. I'll see you soon. Okay, so that will be like our main thing, I think. And we'll create another group. Sorry I wasn't more helpful. We'll submit a bug ticket to Dude, no worries. All good. Hey, Alckemy, have I ever heard of Gydra? No, I haven't. Dude, you asked me a question earlier, and I'm so sorry that I missed it. Do you remember what you said? I think you were asking me if I got into grime or something, and I really apologize that I didn't answer that. Was that what the question was? Sorry about that, by the way. Okay, let's grab another filter. And we're just going to cut the low end off of this. Yeah, okay, cool. No, I have not, to answer your question. The only grime that I really know of is like stuff from Sorrow. But I still like, there was a discussion that we had a couple of days ago regarding what grime actually was. Like, what exactly categorizes grime music in the first place? Because when I think of grime, I think of garage style dubstep. Some people categorize it with like rapping, or MCing. So I'm kind of lost onto what it actually is. It's called Chicago Drill in the States. Gotta go. Yo, Avin, thanks for hanging with me tonight, man. You have awesome sleep, okay? I'll catch you around in the next couple days or so. Or I'll most likely be streaming tomorrow, so I'll probably see you tomorrow if you come in. Yeah, I don't know what Chicago Drill is either. I mean, grime. I know that grime has been around for a really long time, but at first I thought grime was like a particular style of two-step music, right? Or like you know, the skippy beats or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. I can't really pinpoint exactly what that is. So forgive my ignorance, but you'll have to kind of help me out with that. Okay, I think I'm actually gonna throw a mix on this, just in case. I'm getting a lot of odd even harmonics and movement there. Yeah, I'm kind of just playing with seeing what I can pull out of this. One thing that I might do to this as well is I might also even pull off of this a bit. There we go. Because I would like these to interact with each other in a particular way, but I think that because I have these set up to interact with each other, like as one comes down, one goes up, then what's happening is they're catching each other at the same time in the middle, as opposed to like one side opens up and then one cuts this side and then closes in such a way. Like that sounds much better to me. Okay, so let's grab this and pull that out. My dog is dreaming. Goofball. And then, of course, he stops. Whatever, I got a couple seconds of it. Oh man, really? Only 2? That was cute. Freaking doggos, man. They're such a trip. Damn hipsters. I know, right? I mean, what else is there to do? Why would you not take pictures and videos of your dogs? It doesn't... I can't fathom why you wouldn't want to do something like that. Okay, so I'm gonna see if I can play a little bit more with this. Because that sounds really cool, but I'm gonna see if I can get away with adding another harmonic on this. And then let's throw an OTT on this. Dude, your music is dope as fuck. Been listening on your website for the past 25 minutes, and the closest thing I've heard to it is some of my favorite Cohen sounds or inspected tracks. You're really good. Yo, thanks so much. I don't really know what to say to that. There's only one Cohen sound. There's also everybody that's on inspected. Like, there's also only one of them, and I think I can hear a lot of things in my music that is not nearly as good. But I do appreciate that, man. Thank you so much for that. I'm also assuming that you're talking about my first EP, which my new stuff doesn't sound anything like that. Like, I've totally abandoned anything melodic and instead in favor have gone through doing sound design of stuff that sounds like this. Okay, so now I'm going to do this. So that way they're all the same speed. And then I'm going to do some other shit that's going to help make the sound a little bit more interesting, hopefully. Because right now it's cool and it's kind of floating around, but it's not very it's not very dynamic. Yeah, my first EP, I really tried to copy off of Echo and Cohen Sound. And that was right before they dropped Yoha and Polychrome. I think Polychrome came first before Yoha, and I was like, man, this is so cool. But I started running into this really large, a really big beat block because I was just trying to do too much. And the way that I come up with melodies and the way that I write chord progressions are so rudimentary that it's just fucking cheesy as shit. So I really started going off in this direction to try to explore my own sound and find myself within like my own sound design and all that to just get a sense of like who I am or like what my musical identity is, if that makes sense. So so yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with that stuff. Okay, I'm also going to there we go. Now that's moving at a much faster and more interesting pace, because before it was just way too slow. You know, to be honest, I might even change this into this instead as well. This will make a big difference. I might let go of that too. Quack, quack. Okay, so I want to make sure that our low end is in mono. And I'm still not satisfied with it though, so I still feel like there's other things that we can do to this to make it more interesting. The stuff under your latest music section is what I was referring to. Really enjoyed the mix of electronic of real instruments, melodies, and bass textures. Really held my attention. Yeah, so that was my first EP. I've released 3 in my lifetime. So the first EP was Insomnia, which was these tunes, where I was under a different name as well, but then I ran into issues on Spotify. So yeah, this was more like melodic stuff. And then I kind of transitioned. The second EP that I wrote was actually The Infinite Corridor. Which probably my favorite tune from this one is Bronner's Dungeon, which we have which by the way on my Discord, I released the stems to this tune. And if you guys are interested in joining the remix jam, you can download the stems here and enter. It's not a contest or anything, but if you're interested in remixing one of my tunes, then you can do that. And then the deadline is October 3rd. And then October 4th, I'll be doing a stream on my birthday of just like listening to everyone's tunes. But yeah, this was the second EP that I wrote. And then that was more of like, here's the descent. And then the third EP that I wrote was like just a two track thing, which was called The Source of Nightmares. And some of this is some of my favorite music that I've written, but it's just like really, really dark. and then Dream Chamber. Very, like, atonal, I guess. Except for 2 notes, which is da, na. But yeah, I find that like I have so much more fun just writing atonal music because I don't have to worry about chord progressions and melodies and stuff. I can just focus on like really trying to exploit the rhythm as much as possible. But if by chance you guys like my music, you can find it for pay what you want on alckemy.com. But I have all of like my Alckemy music there, and then I have a bunch of like lo-fi and shit too, which is like my Zensei alias or whatever. But I usually give all that stuff out for free because a lot of it's sampled. So like Aeon's Odyssey, for the most part, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 out of like 24 songs that are original, and then all of the other ones, all this other stuff is sampled stuff, which I have no clearance for. But, you know, whatever. Heck is really cool. Okay, so let's go ahead and randomize that again. I think that I like doing this like cool like relationship thing. Have you ever heard of Empty Head? This sort of reminds me of his stuff? No, I haven't. I'll check it out though. Who's Richard D. James? And how do you know I'm not a redhead? Actually, you've seen me before, so. If you guys should know me by anything, it's either Budget AU5 or the producer that does backflips and crazy kicks, flips, and twists and shit. Nothing else is acceptable, I'm sorry. Oh, Aphex Twin? Oh, I didn't know that that's what his name was. Oh. You mean Aphex Twin? Yeah, I know them. Yeah. They're the guys that wrote Firestarter, right? Yeah. Totally. I love that song. And before everybody leaves. Okay, let's play with some of the detuning stuff and see if I can pull something else out of this. Okay, I don't know what I did, but this suddenly just became way cooler. That's not true. Instead of changing the detuning on instead of changing the detuning on the wavetable, sometimes changing the unison between these detunings works a lot better. So in this case, I think that this was a better deal. So now we can start to process it with this stuff again, and let's see how this sounds. This might be loud, guys. 3, 2, 1. This might be cool to duplicate. Sick. Okay. So as our second bass, hold on. Is this an acceptable bass to bounce out for the sample pack, or did you want something different? It sounds pretty cool to me. Let's go ahead and add a dynamics to that before we bounce that out. Maybe we can control some of the peakies in there a little bit easier. So I'm starting to think that the way that this actually works is, instead of trying to get the signal in between this, I think that I want it to separate between one of these two. I'm not too sure, but I'm starting to think that doing it that way makes a much more dramatic means of compression. I kind of also want to see what happens if all of the energy is in the midband, but I also kind of want to see what happens if I throw an ensemble on this as well and see what that sounds like. And what I might also do is bring the filter all the way to the bottom. Yeah. I think 345 is F3. And let's also play with pulling this down too. Ooh boy, that's a loud bass. All right. Let's go ahead and bounce that out. And we'll be on our merry way. Okay, now let's do some pitch bendies. Yo, Lapidus, thanks for coming in, man. Take care of yourself. I'll see you soon. What's up, Buckshot? Did you have a bad dream, dude? All right. So we got a couple bases. We got some stuff to bounce out here. What else? What else did I say I was going to throw out for you guys? Oh, actually, we need a name for this base. What should we call this base? What would you guys like to call this? We need a monster name. Kujian. Oh, I forgot one. I go to sleep that here for you and bye. See you, man. Take care. Thanks for coming in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh no, I got them all. Monster base. Because this is not the nuclear chaotic cheddar void mothra maw based nuclear chaotic cheddar mothra maw. This one is something entirely different. From the depths of hell. We're going to call this lava flaming unicorn mecha space ghost base. Sounds about right. And we'll save this preset as whatever that was, lava flaming unicorn mecha space ghost base, I think is what we called it. Sure. So sometimes some fun things to do, which I was messing with from beforehand, was creating like custom LFO shapes. I forgot to do some other stuff with that, but that's okay. But pulling up some of this other stuff like this can be sometimes interesting for pitch bends. Guado. Sometimes you can get cool stuff just by cycling these. This is something that I'm working on as well that I might also do or throw in the free pack as well. I'm not too sure yet because I don't know how useful this is going to be, but I've been coming up with like custom LFO shapes for pitch bends, so that way you can put a little bit more of deliberate is deliberal a word? Of Delibird. Deliberal. Deliberate. Deliberal. Oh. Definitions. Okay, well, deliberate stands for generous, so I guess I meant it in the context of deliberate intent on making base riffs and motives out of this, or motifs, or motive, whatever. Because sometimes you can get some cool shit out of this. Oh, but the problem is that you're supposed to set this to unipolar. I forgot. Sorry. Just toot. Sometimes you can get cool stuff out of it, like that flange blast thing is pretty cool, but not necessarily saying that I would use it by any means. Okay, so let's see. We did some kicks, we did some snares, we did some basses. I think, shit, I think maybe I'll do a couple of risers, I guess, because I think that's what's next on the list. We did some glitch stuff. Drums and percussion stuff that's good for layering in drums too. Risers, grainy glitches. I don't know if I want to do risers or not. Yeah, I feel like risers are contextual because I like to make risers out of the tune that I'm working on as opposed to just making one to throw in. I mean, I can, but okay, let's do one more thing. And then maybe I'll call it a night. Unless, does anybody have any questions, or is there anything that you guys want to see in particular? Hmm. Where's my stuff? Where is my stuff? Transformer. Home Depot. Fully Rack 2. Clank 128s. I think that's the one that I want. Okay, don't get crazy on me. Saying hi. Relax. Relax. Okay. Hey, if you guys are gonna go play in the living room. Don't play in my room. Yeah, how do you sidechain? Oh, dude, fuck you. I mean, not really, but, you know. 5 different ways, Korean Jesus. I showed you 5 different ways to sidechain. 5 different ways. Okay, I'm just gonna save this as the default preset, because for some reason I always have to go back and do this dumb shit. Alright, so... let's grab a randomizer. Oh, it's okay, I figured it out. Okay, good. I'm glad you figured it out. Because that's important. Sidechaining is something that that is useful sometimes. Or you could just throw OTT on the master and call it a day like I do, but you know, that's not for everybody, which is fine. Sorry, I just finished installing a keyboard tray. What is a keyboard tray? Alright, I'm gonna set that to kind of a slow rate and set that to a half note. Yo, another thing with Bitwig is like we need to be able to save default presets for our for our modulators. I don't know why that's not a thing yet. Underdesk for the keyboard. Oh, cool. Gotcha. Yeah, those are handy, dude. I could use one myself. Actually, there's a lot of things I could use, but... You guys ever, like, run into that thing where, like, you want something really bad, and then, like, it takes you so long to make it possible that by the end of it, you're just like, you know what? Fuck it, I don't even need this shit. Every day, brother, every day. The struggle is real. Okay, so now we're gonna throw a filter onto this. But it was a shelf and a drawer, so I'm not sure which keyboard to put there, Keylab or PC. I don't know, that's a tough one. Oh, Playhead, where do you think you're going? I guess, since you're... I guess, like, I would probably put the Keylab there. Because you're more than likely going to use... Unless if your PC is a dedicated music PC, you're most likely going to... Well, even then, you're most likely going to be at your keyboard more so than, like, your keyboard, right? So that's probably what I would consider. So whoever like downvoted my video, can we like hunt those people down and just be like, why, dude? Why, bro? Bro. Why? Why, bro? Why did this just give up all of a sudden? Oh, because it's going so slow. That's funny. Okay. Let me set the base speed to like 1/2. Looks like a PC keyboard. Hmm? The keylab just barely fits and doesn't slide out right. Well, that one makes sense too. Fuck my life, I'm bad at carpentry. It's okay, I'm not a good carpenter either. I'm good at destruction and destroying things, but as far as actual carpentry, like building things, that's not good. Pro tip, if you're going to be sitting in front of your computer for hours on end, carbs are not your friend. I think it depends. Like, if I have a really big workout and I'm doing lots of flips or like I lift like really extensively, I'll carb load the next day. But if you are habitually not active, then I totally agree. Like, don't do carbs because they're just gonna sit in you, and you're gonna have all this energy, calories, and nothing to do with it. I haven't had carbs in 12 days. Bro, why? All chicken and steak here. You're crazy. You're crazy. Okay, maybe like... carnivore diet for a month? That's probably not healthy for you either. Getting shredded? Bro, you want to get shredded? Eat fucking broccoli. Real. No, my diet is primarily... honestly, my diet is primarily eggs. Eggs is probably the biggest food source I have. It's incredibly cheap. It's got tons of protein. Eggs and coffee. That's my shit. It's great. I've done it for a year. Got blood work. Yeah, but how's your digestive system though? Like, I hope you're drinking like a lot of kombucha or something. Truth on the broccoli. Yeah, man, broccoli is good stuff. Bro kizzle. Yeah, I find that like if I eat too much meat, it starts to do really bad things to my stomach. But pretty much eggs is what I eat almost every day. I've got this dish that I really like doing, which is like bell peppers, chicken, cheese, sometimes avocado, and I'll kind of fry it like a skillet. And that's usually really good. I can eat something like that almost every day. I was going to do something to this, but I can't remember what. I remembered what I was going to do this. Okay, so we're going to grab a pitch shifter on here. And I think that I would like to also maybe grab a frequency shifter. Some broccoli does not sound bad right now. Actually, everything sounds good right now. Okay, so that's going to jump around and do things. And then we'll set this to kind of come up in that way. But I'm going to turn off the bipolarness of this and just let that go on free. You can't even tell the difference, to be honest. So I guess if I really just wanted to like push the low end out of this, then I would just boost the heck out of any fundamental frequency. What happened? Okay, something else that might be kind of cool too is I might even put the band split here, and I might even automate a convolution reverb on this. Carbon? El Carbone? Let me see if I can find an impulse that might be cool. Wind in the Trees. Covent Garden Opera. Sure. Let's give that a try. That sounds really cool now. Let's grab a limiter. Alright, Blastoise. Nope. Don't scratch my chair. Okay, and I think with this, I want to slow this down too, because this is moving really fast. This might be interesting as well, of if we just take this really? If we take this signal and we only use the delta of this, And then we just create like a dry chain. And then maybe we just like trench this in hell with a chorus. Might also be smart to take out a lot of the low end on that too, because otherwise there's going to be amplitude stacking and it's going to get really crazy with the dynamics. So lots of changes to this. I kind of want to listen to what the original. Alright, well since we're going through all the trouble of doing some cool stuff with randomizers and the arpeggiator, why don't we do some stuff like this? Oh, not that one. So let's turn bipolar off on that. And this is going to cut these into being longer and shorter at different times on their own. And that could be pretty interesting. Maybe set these to eighth notes, like that. And set this one also to eighth notes. So now we're going to have different dynamics and different gate lengths between all of this. And I guess since I'm going to be giving this out, I don't really feel like it's that important to maintain the BPM, so maybe I'll just do this and see what happens within like a free rate. Because this is meant to be more so for texture anyways, so... And then I think on this one, I'm gonna set these to jump to. I'd like to do something with reverb as well, of like creating some kind of space between all of these, but I'm not really sure how I want to do that. I can try using a transient shaper and then automating a reverb with it, but I'm not really sure if that's going to do what I want it to. but we can try. Let's go into the mix and grab this and pull the mix down like that. Okay. I think it's fine. So there is some percussive texture stuff that you can cut up. And then, ouch. The last thing that I'm going to do, well, I'm going to do two more things. Dude, that stuff was sounding so much like a Mentone track. So I have a video on this, but what this pretty much is just trying to figure out a way to create how to take Foley and create percussive means out of it. So you can kind of just go in and whenever you download this, you can go in and just fuck it up, really, or just take little cuts or take little pieces of it if you want. I don't think that I'm going to go back and do this many chops or whatever. I think I'm just going to... Well, maybe. I might be able to get away with seeing if I can slice this at onsets. Let's see what that does. Let's see if this... I mean, it's got some of them, but I almost wonder if it's better to just preserve the original character of this instead and just let you kind of go out and some good stuff in there, though. I think I'm just going to leave this as like a percussive jam. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this off, because that's a fucking mountain of... This is just a mountain of processing. I'm going to toss this in a granular synth. And then bounce out another cut of this. And bugshot. And low. And low, doggo. Oh, damn it. Oh, I can just cancel it. What I wanted to do is... There we go. Now I want to throw this in. Hey, Ruby. You broke your slide out? Oh man. Alright, good luck, dude. Anytime, man. We'll most likely be back on tomorrow. Oh, sorry, I was jamming out. I only meant to play that as long as this was taking the load. Sorry about that. Okay, so now we'll set this to textures. Sleepy, sleepy. Good night, everyone. Good night, man. Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. Bobby, start the car! No, 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 don't die on me! Just kidding. That's kind of what that sounds like, though. It's pretty funny. Sorry. I Thanks to you and Sia. Yeah, man. I appreciate it. Much love, dude. Okay, can I, like, move this over somewhere? That... This is awesome. Okay. Well, sounds like a bad starter, right? Like an alternator that's gone out or something. Hold on, I gotta send a text really quick. I just thought of something. Sorry, it's kind of important. Okay. Thank you. Very short aside. Let's bounce this out. I was thinking about doing risers for this pack, but yeah, I don't think that I'm going to. I think that you guys can make your own out of this stuff if you want. Man, this stuff is really cool. That's pretty much, I think that's pretty much all I'm going to get from that. So we'll leave that as a soundscape percussion thing too. So it's percussion. Let's label this purple. Okay, cool. Yeah, there's plenty to play with in there. So we've got some generative stuff. We've got some other stuff. We've got some pads in this. Excuse me. Or I guess some soundscapes rather. Cool. We have some kicks. We got some snares. We've got some percussion. Oh, I didn't, you know what? I actually wanted to save this rack because I kind of liked how this turned out. I guess I'll have to group that. Preset, let's call that follow fo. Okay, so we got some basses, we got some drums, we've got some percussion, we've got some ambience, we've got some generative stuff. We did a lot today. I've been live for fucking ever. I've been live since like, oh yeah, I've been live for like 8 hours. I think it's time for food. Yeah, so before I do that though, I think what I'll do is I'll probably, since I'm already here, I'll just start to bounce everything out and put it into place. I think that won't be too much trouble. I believe that I have everything pretty much saved out. is this? Yeah, we can toss that in there too. Why not? Hmm? Okay, we can save that as Foghorn 3. Because I've already made a few of these before. Anything else that I want to save from this? Convolution reverb. Okay, let's call this 5K sample pack. Schmample pack. And let's make a new folder. And I think I'm going to call this Apparition. I got a text from somebody, but nothing came up. Okay. Chord. Okay, I think that's a nice collection of stuff. Huh? Okay, those are also snares apparently. Schlomscapes. I don't own that. I don't own that. I also don't own that. Boost gems. Generators. Okay. Clanks. That's a regular stick hit. I can't use that. Holder. Sticks. Tight. Miscellaneous. Okay. Oh. Theoretically, this is about everything I would need to make an entire tune. Probably several tunes. But yeah, I'll have to go and create some cool artwork for that now and set that up. But that'll be fun. So yeah, we did it. We created a 5K sample pack for everybody that is going to be free on my website within the next couple days. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow. I don't know. I don't know. I'll think about it. There might be some other things that I want to add to this. Maybe. Depends. But yeah, does anybody have any questions before I head out for the night? I'm awfully hungry. Okay. Well, thank you everybody for watching me tonight. I had a lot of fun. I hope that you guys learned something and are looking forward to the sample pack that I'll be putting out for free for a limited amount of time. Yeah, thank you guys so much for everything. I really appreciate all your support, and that's pretty much all I got for you guys today. I'm about gassed out. Probably go to bed soon, to be honest. But much love to you all. I'm going to get some food, and I will most likely see you tomorrow.